who's the Franklin Institute named after? And we will go to Dan to see if we can get that answer. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. You forgot my birthday.
Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Dan. How old are you today, man?
47.
Happy birthday, brother. All right,
Thank
well,
you, sir.
for an extra little gift, and we just by asking the question, it's a gift. Who's the Franklin Institute named after?
The one and only Benjamin Franklin.
Of course. All right, happy birthday, Dan. And hang on, we're going to give you a 4-pack single-day admission tickets for Famous Monster Fest Friday through Sunday. This weekend, Valley Forge Casino Resort. Special guests include Ozzy, Sharon, Jack, and Kelly Osbourne. Plus Bonnie Aarons from The Nun and Kane Hodder from Friday the 13th. And all winners, just like Dan there, are qualified for the grand prize, which is a chance to meet the Osbournes family. And for discounted tickets, you can visit famousmonstersfest.com, by the way. So, by the way, somebody texted in. We may have some controversy on that question.
What happened?
Because the full name of the Franklin Institute is the Aretha Franklin Institute for respect.
Didn't know that.
For RESPECT. So we may have to double.
By the way,
check
I don't
that.
want it to be lost on everyone that you just brilliantly riffed a birthday list.
Let's not.
Yeah, let's drink that
lose
in a little
sight
bit.
That I'm a man of many talents. One of them is getting to the deep, dark stories, and this isn't deep, dark. She actually said this publicly, but in a preview of an upcoming NBC News primetime special with Hoda Kotb, Jada Pinkett Smith reveals that she and Will Smith separated in 2016. After the famed couple became exhausted with trying to save their marriage.
Wait, and this whole time they have not been together?
They've just been pretending.
Since
essentially.
2016?
They've been, and we'll play clips, but yeah, they've been separate.
Yeah.
Since that time.
And she confirmed this. She said this.
Her own mouth.
She is doing press for her upcoming memoir, Worthy, in which she opens up about her split from Will for the Smoth time. For the first time. What did I say?
The Smoth time.
I was looking at the word Smith.
And
listen, it is a Smoth time for everyone.
I think you were counting as like 11.
I'm not even laughing. I'm not
he
even
knows not to
laughing.
do that
I'm
anyway.
laughing for you.
Yeah.
It's like the 11th, the 12th, the Smith time.
The Smoth. It was Smoth.
Smoth.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, you've done it
Whatever.
Smoth time. So, they've been living apart for all that time, Kathy.
Kathy, don't laugh. He's
Separate
having a
lives.
very Smoth time right now.
What was the last one? I can't believe I forgot the last one.
Focusing's money things.
Focus funny things.
I just like when we can add to our list.
Smoth.
Wasn't he the bad guy in the Star Wars movies? Smoth?
Wait a minute. Casey's holding back.
I'm good.
He's holding back from laughing.
This one's going to floor me later. I'm just going to think Smoth.
He's not.
Are you trying to contain your
Go
Smoth?
on it,
I don't want to be mad at me.
He's trying to be nice to me.
Because you yelled at him last time.
I love you, man.
He's actually tearing up. It's actually painful.
Let's move on, guys. Come on. Come on. We're trying to be professional here. We got
Guys, there's a
hard-hitting
lot of-
news.
You know what? The weird thing about that was I didn't even hear myself say that. I just knew that I said something wrong.
Yeah.
To be honest,
God, that's a disconnect from my brain that's scary, actually.
it didn't even register with me.
Smoth.
You say a lot of words. It's
I say a
okay.
lot of words. All right, anyway. Jada says...
Jada Pinkett Smoth.
Why it fractured, she said, well, that's a lot of things. And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. She said, I think we were both stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be. So we have a clip of this?
Yeah, we have two clips.
All right,
We're talking to Yoda copy machine.
I haven't listened to these, so here we go. Here we go.
In 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
Yes.
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
All right, and then she talks about why they decided to do it this particular way.
I think just not being ready yet. still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership in regards to how do we present that to people. We hadn't figured that out.
Yeah, she said, like in one instance, she did consider a legal divorce, but was unable to finalize. She said, I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. I just haven't been able to break that promise, she said.
And then the whole thing at the award show.
I know.
where
Okay. So there's more on that. So she says that night when she saw him hit Chris Rock, she said, I thought that it was a skit. That's what she says. She said, I was like, there is no way that Will hit him. And it wasn't until Will started to walk back to his chair that I even realized that it wasn't a skit. She also writes in her new book that Rock asked her out on a date once. Speaking to people about this, she said, I think every summer all the reports come out that me and Will are getting a divorce. And this particular summer, Chris, he thought that we were getting a divorce. So he called me and basically was like, I'd love to take you out. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, aren't you and Will getting a divorce? And I was like, no, Chris, those are just rumors. And she said he was appalled and he profusely apologized, and that was that.
So now, did Will Smith find out about that, and was that a stick in his proverbial craw?
That may be in the book. If so, it hasn't been revealed yet. I do not know.
Yeah, like I need to know more information because they go places together. They're seen in public. So
Is it all performative, or are they friends
Right,
who
are
are just
they
going out together?
I think a lot of
that's
it's
what I'm wondering.
performative, probably. They're probably just doing it to avoid the hassle.
To F with us.
And as far as the slap went, I mean, like, if you remember, he makes the joke.
Yeah.
Will laughs. He looks at her. She's not.
Yeah, she's scowling.
And so he's like, okay, I had better go do something about this now. And I think
I'm going to go slap him.
And I think part of it was the even though they weren't a couple, he still has to put on that front like he's the caring husband. So,
Yeah.
I don't know,
I'm going to
man.
go beat his ass.
It's complicated.
We're getting a few texts from people who are saying that they have been separated from their partner for a long time but have never gotten divorced.
Yes.
And sometimes they end up living with each other.
Dude, I've known a couple of people
Yes.
that has happened. And for some reason they are living separately, but maybe one of them hangs on to a little tendril of maybe, I'm not sure.
And you're just thinking, oh, they're the perfect Mr. and Mrs. Smoth.
This person says, I haven't lived with my wife since 2006. We just never got divorced.
Yeah, and I know some have avoided to do it just because of the legal hassle.
Yeah.
And
Financially.
especially older.
Yeah.
I've said an old girlfriend of mine, her parents, apparently they broke up 15 years ago, but they never got divorced.
Imagine if you're older and you're dividing assets and you start fighting over your Ensure shakes in the refrigerator. I mean, that could be very combative.
So
I want the vanilla.
So it happens.
That strawberry is mine, you bitch.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if there's more that comes out.
I'd be
about
curious, yeah.
In an interview with Page Six published yesterday, Ryan Reynolds detailed the steps he takes when he's experienced mental health struggles. The Deadpool actor admitted at the 11th annual Reveals and Revelations Gala for Bring Change to Mind, that's what it says here, that sometimes he feels like he's spinning out of control. He told the outlet that he's not always great at keeping things in balance. He said, I certainly have my own little rituals and those kinds of things that help me stay grounded and keep my mind from spinning out of control. He said, sometimes I'm really good at it, sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, I would bet that all of this, and I know this sounds weird to say this, but this maelstrom that he goes through leads him to be as creative and as good as he is at what he does.
Maybe. He said he practices meditation in order to take time for himself when he is overwhelmed. He said, I tend to overbook myself when I'm spiraling that way. And he said, and I'm sort of aware of that stuff and I manage it as well as you can.
You know what he does a lot, Kathy? He arranges succulents. And I know that appeals to you.
It could be meditative.
That could be very meditative.
Yeah.
But you know what? Some of the most successful people meditate.
Yeah, they do.
I feel like I need to start.
I have
Meditating.
attempted it. So I do. Dr. Rosenpenis gave me this little meditation that I use periodically. But the people who do like TM and are very rigid about it seem to benefit greatly from it. I can't focus.
Well, and I could never get past the guided. Like I did it for a while, for months I did it, but it was all guided. I couldn't get past that, like sitting by myself and doing what what the guy had been telling me to do.
There was a professional golfer. I was watching an interview with him the other day. I forgot who it was, but it's one of these guys who just had a nice run of success. And his meditation, he essentially goes, I meditate. He's like, basically, I go in a room and breathe by myself quietly for a little while. And
He forces himself to do it, and he benefits from it.
Yeah, you just go in and you just sit down and shut up and shut it off for just a little while.
Do you do it daily?
No, not at all.
So I would love to be able to focus.
I tried it for
the
a
way
while.
we focus on pornography, Preston. If we could do that.
I feel a part of my meditation is, though, I play my drums every day.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I can
so
get
likewise,
into,
I do.
Have you ever seen that movie Soul?
Yeah.
That animated film Soul.
Yeah.
When they get into the zone and they're kind of they just let it go free and they're improvising and it just comes out of nowhere. That's kind of the zone that I get into. And so I lose everything in my mind when I do that. So that's a form of meditation for me.
Yeah.
Hobbies are a meditation, and I do have those.
Yeah, so
some of my succulents.
Right.
So Bob Odenkirk opened up about how the heart attack he experienced on the set of Better Call Saul in 2021 has affected his life. In a recent interview, he said that he thinks about the incident every single day.
Wow.
He said, it's something I think about every day. Weirdly, it didn't affect me much for a long time.
Is it weird that I think about Bob Odenkirk's heart attack every day?
He shared that his health scare affected his memories, that had a strange kind of upbeat energy literally the next day and every day. And it was because I had, like a mind wipe every night. He said, so my ability to even think about what had happened to me was compromised. And I needed to hear about it from people who had been there. And I needed my brain to get back on a normal state. He shared that the experience has changed his outlook on life. He said, now that I've been able to make some space in my life, partly because of the writer strike and the SAG strike, I've had time to contemplate what happened, and it makes me think, how do I enjoy the days that I have?
Oh, good. It's given him better perspective.
Yeah, totally, and it can definitely do that. Ellen DeGeneres took fans back to her 1997 cover of Time magazine with an Instagram post shared on National Coming Out Day, which was yesterday, sharing a black and white photo from her wedding to Portia de Rossi. The former talk show host wrote, happy coming out day. I hope that you have the bravery and support you need to be your authentic self.
How long have they been together?
Since it says 97.
So they got married? No, they get married. Yeah,
they've been together for a while. They've really,
time.
Yeah, they've shown that they've got what it takes.
They got married in 2008. President.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
She said, and for those who didn't know yet, yep, I'm gay. She wrote.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that the episode of her show?
Yeah.
It was, I don't know what the numbers were on the viewing, but it was pretty amazing. And I think she's leaning across she's at the airport.
Yeah.
And she leans across
the desk.
and then the microphone picks it up. So it's like, I'm gay.
Yeah. It was an awesome way to do it. Couple of wedding anniversaries. Viola Davis and Julius Tennant are celebrating 24 years of marriage.
Wow.
Yeah. The How to Get Away with Murder actress shared a photo of the couple looking into each other's eyes, surrounded by flowers, on Instagram, and wrote 24 years of friendship, love, and connection. You make me feel alive.
I hate you.
Allison Hannigan shared a black and white throwback photo of her wedding to Alexis Denisov on Instagram yesterday. Happy 20th wedding anniversary to the most incredible husband. Thank you for being my best friend, the best father, the greatest chef, silly comic relief, and so much more. I love sharing life with you. This was, they met on Buffy the Vampire Slayer
he was
in
really
1997 and started dating in 1999.
He was a good character, yeah. I like this guy.
And Casey posted a picture.
Yes.
What? A black and white photo of he and his wife Diane at their wedding for their wedding anniversary yesterday.
20 years.
Look at all this. You and Allison Hannigan, you guys all got married on the same day.
Yeah, and you know what?
How about that?
I have we have friends, Diana and I have mutual friends, Matt and Eileen Everly. And
you guys met at the Dukakis rally.
We did not. No, but dude, I got home yesterday and they sent us a gift for our anniversary. And
what did you send them for their anniversary?
Nothing. So this is my gift to you, Eileen and Matt. Happy anniversary.
Oh, man. You guys, this picture of you, Diane always looks great. But, I mean, she has just a wonderful, sweet smile and a sincere smile.
And then my hair. What's going on with my hair?
What do you mean?
I like it.
Really?
You look like Captain Kirk.
It looks weird, I think.
No,
Yeah.
you look like a young Shatner.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate that.
No, you look. No, the hair doesn't look odd at all. I don't think.
You're not normally in black and white.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh, Diane looks so happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I do?
Oh, well, how does she feel now today?
Very, very happy.
I want to die. I want to be like Jada Pinkett Smith.
We have a couple of anniversaries, but then I've got a breakup story and a custody story, but things seem to be going well. So Jeremy Allen White, who's the star of The Bear, the TV show The Bear.
So that was, to me, last year or this year, that was the perfect show. Season 2, The Bear.
Great show.
Perfect.
So he and his estranged wife, Addison Timlin, have filed their custody agreement. White and Timlin have agreed to joint custody of their 2 daughters, Ezra Billy, who is 4, and Dolores Wilde, who is 2, so long as he complies with using a SoberLink device to ensure that he is sober every time he sees his kids.
So so I did not realize he had an issue with sobriety.
No, I didn't either. The Bear star must test twice with the device on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays when he has custodial time with his daughters. On the Saturdays that he is with his kids, he must test 3 times.
Wow.
On Sundays, only once, according to the filing. He's also required to attend individual therapy at least once a week and at least 2 Alcoholic Anonymous meetings per week.
Casey, you heard anything about him being
No.
a recovering alcoholic?
No, all I know is he's like one of those sneaky fit guys.
Like he's more jacked than you would think.
Yeah.
But he looks pretty jacked on the show. Yeah.
I like that.
According to the device's website, SoberLink is a professional-grade breathalyzer system with facial recognition that automatically sends results in real time to designated individuals. But it seems like these two have been able to find some common ground as they were spotted hugging at their daughter's soccer game.
I was a cop all my life, and I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
So that should be what the alarm that goes off when he's in violation. You're a lush.
He was on Shameless for a long time, and Casey, I agree with you. Like our friend Devin, who was very attractive, she told me 10 years ago that she thought Jeremy Allen White was hot. And I was like, really, this guy from Shameless? And that now, like, he's a sex symbol. Everybody thinks that he's this knockout, but I never got it. But I guess I'm in the minority there.
Well, you know what? Some of the sex scenes in Shameless, I think, are what do it, because he has some pretty good, some pretty good scenes in that show.
Is he smoldering? Or is he? So how does he come across in those sex scenes? Well, is he?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
They're like hot scenes.
Okay, all right.
And he comes from this reprehensible family,
right.
and his character is kind of dirtbaggish, but those scenes are
supercharged. Okay, I got it.
So it seems like they've found a little common ground. They were spotted hugging at their daughter's soccer game, and they are still separated but getting along to a source. They love their children and all spend time together. When she filed for divorce, she was upset. Things have settled a bit.
Well, I can understand if she's concerned, but if he's playing along and he's being nice about it, and benefits the kids. Why
you are a lush. I can tell by looking at you.
Speaking of Jeremy Allen White being sneaky fit, as Casey was saying, he is going to be in a new film that is called The Iron Claw, and it tells the story of the Von Erich professional wrestling family dynasty. It'll be in theaters December 22nd, and he is playing one of the Von Erich brothers, and he's jacked up. So it stars Zac Efron as Kevin Von Erich, and they've all gotten really jacked up for this movie. And he's the son of famed professional wrestler Fritz Von Erich, who is played by Holt McElhenney.
I remember these dudes. Yeah.
I used to, growing up, the Von Erichs were a big deal in the world of wrestling, where I was anyway. And one of the brothers died, if you remember, falling from a...
Hit the turnbuckle, right?
No. He was like, he was a couple stories up and fell all the way down. He was doing a stunt.
Is that Shawn Michael? No. That's that same family? This happened like, I don't know, 20 years ago?
Yeah. I thought that was one of the Von Erichs. Or are you thinking of somebody else?
I thought that was a Michael.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, Jeremy Allen White and Harris Dickinson take on the roles of Kevin's brothers, Carrie and David. I remember Carrie Von Erich. That's who Jeremy's going to be playing. As the three portray sibling wrestling champions who deal with familial struggles and try to live up to their father's expectations inside and outside of the ring.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
Also stars Lily James and Maura Tierney. Efron was first spotted on the new movie's set in October 2022, showing off his muscular physique and new hairdo, wearing just a towel around his waist.
It was Owen Hart.
Owen
Owen
Hart,
Hart,
that's it. Yes.
All right, I'm getting my wrestlers mixed up.
In case on the way when he fell, his head hit the turnbuckle.
He was He was supposed to be rappelling from the ceiling or something like that, and something went wrong.
But there's tragedy in this Von Erich family as well.
What happened, Nick?
Yeah, so David Von Erich died from a drug overdose in Japan in 1984, and then Carrie Von Erich died from suicide. And that was back in 1993. So
it also says here, Nick, that Mike, Chris, and Carrie all each died from suicide.
What?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty
Holy
wild.
hell.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's tragic and awful, but it also means that there's a good story to be told. Hence the movie.
Yeah, so they apparently are all jacked up. White shared with Esquire in May that he and Efron bolt up for the roles by, quote, never stopping eating, with White saying that the Baywatch actor made the process look easy. He said, Zach's a maniac. The Bear actor said about his co-star, he's so focused and knowledgeable on training, diet, and all that. In terms of physical transformation, I think he blew us all out of the water. He looks really amazing in this thing. White, on the other hand, was not a fan of the experience, saying consuming so much food is really just gross. He said, you're trying to consume as much as you possibly can, and to be honest, you don't feel great. I was training as well, but I don't know. He said, trying to get that big, it's no way to live.
I don't think I could do that. I mean, right? I mean, when they're taking in thousands of calories a day, no.
I mean, my nephew does that stuff, right? So I think right now he's in bulking season, and then at a certain point he's going to start to cut the weight, and like he really his whole body is like a laboratory. And he's really really good at it. I
prefer for my body to be a warehouse.
But that takes a ton of discipline, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm just going to put on 30 pounds real quick just so I can take
and then
off.
peel it off in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then one last thing, and then we'll move on to the clips. Came out on Tuesday. Warner Brothers released a second official trailer for The Color Purple. According to People, Taraji P. Henson, Shug Avery, comes to life as she sings Push the Button in the trailer. Alongside Henson, the star-studded cast includes Danielle Brooks, Fantasia Barrino, Halle Bailey, Ciara, and Coleman Domingo. And it is executive produced by Oprah Winfrey.
This looks interesting because
and Steven Spielberg.
They actually include Bubo, the owl from Clash of the Titans.
That's weird.
And that seems very weird.
The Color Purple is set to reach theaters on December 25th. Great movie. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with it this time around. And Oprah obviously was in that, and Steven Spielberg was the guy behind the original. All right, we are ready for clips now. Totally Killer tells the tale of a notorious killer surfacing 35 years after 3 teens' murders on Halloween. 17-year-old Jamie encounters the masked maniac and unintentionally time travels to 1987, where she must prevent the initial murders. In this clip, director Nanachka Khan talks about the range of emotions the main character has to portray in the film. Here we go.
She's playing so many things at once, so she's got the fun of this time travel element, and she's, back in 87, and she's got to navigate that world as like a Gen Z person from like 2023. But she also has had this, without giving too much away, this like very tragic event happening in her life.
I watched it. I liked it a lot. I thought it is basically slasher meets Back to the Future with a sense of humor.
Okay. Totally Killer is streaming on Prime now.
And she played the lead actress was Nancy Drew.
Okay. All right, here's our next clip. Fair Play, starring Phoebe Dynevor and Alden Ehrenreich.
Is that Han Solo?
Aaron Reich is a new thriller about an unexpected promotion at work, pushes a newly engaged couple's relationship to the brink. And here, director Chloe Damont talks about her inspiration of creating a film with a 2-location setup.
I wanted to create this pressure cooker thriller and this ticking time bomb. And I thought that what would add to that is if these characters are stuck in this kind of toxic bubble and going from the apartment to the office, back to the apartment, back to the office, and the idea that there's no escape from each other, especially as things start to implode and unravel between them.
I don't think I want to see it.
Fair Play is now streaming on Netflix.
Okay.
There you go. Yes,
that Alden Ehrenreich, I think he looks like Frank Caliendo a little bit.
He looks like a trimmed up. Well, not that Frank is
A younger.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, good.
I'll have to take a closer look at the dude. All right, and that's the end of the entertainment report for you. On this Thursday morning, we have money to be given to you. We have the Crumb Bum Cash. First shot at that is at 8 a.m., so do not miss the opportunity. Also, Drew Lynch is stopping by, performing at the Keswick Theater tonight. The show is almost completely sold out, so it's cool that Drew is going to stop by.
Yeah, nice.
And chat with us for a bit. Oh, and I want to mention, if you are heading out and about tonight, Marissa Magnotta has got the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff party. She will be at Stadium Bar and Grill in Fairless Hills tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. And you can stop by. There are free MMR Bud Light Kelly Green t-shirts that you could get. And you can register for a chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets for the November 5th game against Dallas, courtesy of Bud Light. You have to be present to win and 21 and older to enter. And I'm sure they're going to have the game on tonight. Probably. So make sure you stop by and see Marissa. She will be at Stadium Bar and Grill in Fairless Hills from 7 to 9 p.m. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. Sun is up. It's going to be a beautiful day. We'll be here. About a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have... darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you
I feel
shave,
like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
we did the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
It does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You're dying
Oh,
alive.
my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay,
This.
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dump suit.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this. Or
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's
You're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye. In case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So this exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery,
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
going to
it.
take it.
It's got to be
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh,
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And they're...
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Drew Lynch joining us on the program later on this morning. But in the meantime, if it's okay with you guys... I noticed a couple. Yes, I think that's... I think it's time I share.
That hurt me when I...
Sorry about that, Mr. Announcer. Yeah.
Noticer.
Yeah.
Just notice things so you don't have to.
All right, so
Is this the first thing have to do with the game last night?
It does have to do with the game last night. So I noticed something last night, as did Chris Moyer, who emailed me and says... Anyone else notice the lady behind home plate holding a picture of a guy in a green shirt and a mohawk? I need to know what that's all about. For reference, she does it when Harper is at bat, definitely during his home run at bat. I couldn't tell by the photo if the person in the photo was male, female, other. I couldn't tell if that was a mohawk or a bun on their head or whatever.
Right.
But the woman kept holding the photo up several times throughout the game. And I wasn't sure if anybody had heard anything about what that was about. I thought maybe it was someone who had passed away and she was doing this as a tribute or something like that. I don't really know, but it was enough. I don't really look at the crowd very much. Okay. Sometimes I will if somebody stands out, especially behind home plate.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't help but focus on the crowd. Like I'll watch the hit, and then for the rest of every single replay that happens afterwards, I just stare at the crowd because I love the crowd reaction.
On a replay, yeah, I might. Okay. And I also try to see if there's somebody I might know. Right. You know, that happens to be around there.
I always look at the crowd. That's why when they did that whole promotional thing for the movie Smile, the horror movie, I was like, what's that?
Right.
Do you guys see anybody in the crowd with any sort of regularity? Because I see a friend of mine.
Do you?
I'm like, dude, how are you at every single? His name's Jason Barnes. In fact, I'm wearing a shirt that he designed.
Jason Bourne?
Barnes. It's a fat Jesus, right? So he makes these shirts that are like Philly fish oriented and stuff like that. That's just like a little side hustle. That's not like, but every time I see him, he's always on the third base side. So when there's a right-handed batter, you will see him over the batter's left shoulder. He wears a Fish Donuts bucket hat. And I'm like, there he is again. He's at every single game.
So he's obviously got season tickets, right?
You know what? I don't know if he has season tickets.
Yeah,
or
what are the odds he keeps getting the same seat?
Yeah, I always zero in on the crowd, look at people, around, like, when the batter's up or whatever. But last night they kept showing a little kid, and I wasn't listening. I actually had the TV on mute for a little while, and I think it was Castellanos' son.
Liam?
Yes,
it was.
Yeah,
okay.
it was. He
So I
just
was
had
like,
his mouth
cute.
wide open.
Yeah.
He's like, when he hit his second home run, they showed him. He's like, oh my God, that's my dad.
It's kind of got lost in the sauce because the Harper's home runs were incredible, but Castellanos also had 2 home runs last night, which were incredible. And then, so Preston, I saw this lady holding up the picture, and I don't know what it was either. The other thing I wanted to ask about, and I think I know what the answer is, but there were people along the roof, and you could see them when Harper hit the home run because he hit it into the second deck. I think that it's people in charge of the fireworks displays that happen before, during, and after the game if somebody hits a home run. But I'm not 100% sure about that because you could see them all around the roof at the ballpark.
So they literally up on the roof?
Yes, Steve, if you want to come over, I'll show you.
I just thought they were snipers, like, honest to God.
No, I'm pretty sure they're not snipers.
Just in case.
I'm pretty sure that they are in charge of the fireworks.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Either snipers or
there's
fireworks.
Snipers or fireworks.
The seventh inning shoot.
Yeah.
We're not sure.
Shoot me at the ball.
Well, listen, at high-profile games like the Super Bowl, they will
absolutely have that.
They will have security and people who might be there for someone who's planning on some kind of a horrible attack.
Maybe they fire fireworks at people. This is instead
Actually
of
shoot them.
Right.
The
Bottle
fireworks
rockets
at people.
A little bit more benign. That's wild.
Yeah, I'm curious about the photo, and I'm sure that the woman did it for a reason, and maybe that reason is to get people to talk about it. I don't know.
I saw a couple of people going off, and Blaris is one of them, about that the people behind home plate were not enthusiastic or weren't as enthusiastic as they would like them to be. And I'm like,
okay.
Really?
I feel like if you sit in those seats, you're going to be on TV the entire game. Like, you better be paying attention and smiling.
Man, I didn't. Marissa and I went like 2 seasons ago. A friend of mine had those Diamond Club seats, and we got to sit behind the home plate. I didn't know until the next day that there were people, posting about it and like, is that Preston behind?
You were shown.
I had no idea.
I didn't even think about it. They tweeted a picture of you at me.
Yeah. I was just happy to get the free Shake Shack burgers that they handed out at the 7th inning stretch.
So you had a happy face on.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I did.
That's my happy face.
There are several people who are texting in and saying that it was in honor of a woman who had passed away. So the picture that was being held up was a woman that was her friend behind home plate holding up the photo that she could be at the game last night.
Oh, man.
She's a friend of mine, and she messaged, this person who's texting us messaged that person and said that we're talking about him here on MMR.
So that's
they'll give us a call.
Yeah.
That's as you thought, Preston, because a lot of times, I remember a great story was Chuck had the picture of his dad with him. When they won. I love hearing stories like that.
I need to see a picture of this. I need to see a still photo.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I didn't see it, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, she had a photo, and it looked like it might have been in like a plastic liner or something like that, and was holding it up when they were getting ready to pitch, and I noticed it every single time. Hang on here, we have somebody online who might be able to open up a little bit about this. I have Obi. Hi, Obi. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah. Sorry. What's up, Ob?
So I saw on one of my Facebook pages that I'm a member of that's one of the teachers who had passed away from my son's school, Tacony Academy Charter School.
Oh, man. And I guess she was a big Phil's fan, probably, right?
I believe so, but
Okay.
that's what I had seen, yeah.
Does she have a name?
I can't
She probably had a name.
off my head.
I'm sure she had a name, but we will
Well, I'm
try to
just
figure
wondering
that out.
because yesterday,
Thank you, Obi.
Yesterday, I got caught in a major funeral procession line here.
Oh.
And so, I mean,
Yeah, we catch them all the time.
I got to the intersection just as the hearse was going through, but it wasn't it was a horse-drawn carriage.
Oh, wow. My
With a
gosh.
casket in the back, and then and then the funeral procession was really, 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 really long, and they could only go as fast as the horse is going in the front. And then towards the tail end of the funeral procession line, there was a billboard truck that had "Rest in Peace" and this young lady's name
I've
and
never
a
seen
picture.
that.
Well, that's an elaborate funeral. We get that all the time because there's over in Mount Airy, there is a cemetery right across Stenton as you're heading and the big one. So what happens is, Kathy, going home one time, I got stuck behind and you just play along because someone's lost someone who's important.
Sure. And I was
part of the deal.
purposely said caught and not stuck, but I was.
But when I went around, Case, at the front of it, the reason it was traveling so slow is because it was a horse-drawn carriage with the coffin.
Well, this one, Casey, was going down Belmont because I got stuck in it. I was behind it as well on the way back down to the Schuylkill, and the horse-drawn carriage, there was a giant horse trailer right in the middle of Belmont, and the funeral procession was so long that there were, 10 or 11 cars parked on the side of the road on Belmont, not even in the cemetery, just on the side of the road heading down to the Schuylkill.
Have you ever accidentally ended up in a funeral procession?
Yes.
You're like, oh no, I'm not supposed to be in this.
And then
I'll just turn my flashes on. What the hell?
I actually went. I went to the funeral and I hung out, and then we went back for some food to the person's house afterwards.
That was
It was
nice.
delicious.
Yeah.
All right, so
great gnocchi.
I want people hanging off of my casket, and I want a horse-drawn carriage.
A horse-drawn
By the way,
carriage.
when a horse dies, what happens?
People go to the funeral.
People drag it.
Yeah. People drawn carriage.
It's funny because I was sitting there, Steve, trying not to get, annoyed.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And I'm sitting there. I'm like, this. Somebody had passed. There's a whole bunch of grieving people here. Like, don't be so selfish. But at the same time, I was headed to lunch, and I was so hungry that I was like hangry. And then
I don't think there's a problem with driving up to the front limo and saying, "Can you speed it up? I'm very peckish."
But what I was saying to Chuck, though, because Chuck was in the car with me and we were having this discussion, if I were in the funeral procession and I got to a point, because there were moments where the traffic was completely stopped in the intersection.
Yes.
And we're just sitting there and nobody's moving. If I were in the funeral procession, I would wave cars through. Because there was, as
they're supposed to. So I've seen it happen where at particular now, mind you, the thing is, and that's how we don't know where we get stuck sometimes in these processions. But I've seen, I guess it's the funeral home that holds sway over how that's executed, because I've seen them literally, funeral parlor or whatever, employees get out at intersections ahead of the group and hold traffic and wave people through.
Not me. I'm the opposite, Casey. I'm like, I'm in a funeral, Jack.
Yeah.
You're waiting.
You know what, though? What would stop us if you put your headlights on? Because you can get those magnetic.
Yeah.
They sell them to funeral parlors.
Sure.
Put them on the side of the
It
vehicle.
says funeral.
Yeah.
Just drive around all the time with that on.
I'm sorry.
That was like the magnetic
Yeah,
light.
just be crying all the time.
Why'd you pull me over?
All right, so it seems like it may have been someone holding up a friend of someone who passed away.
I think
here's the text.
lovely.
It's the woman in the picture behind Bryce Harper's home run passed away suddenly at the age of 35
Oh, my
this
God.
past week.
Oh, man.
Her brother is an MLB umpire, it says, and she was supposed to be at that game yesterday.
Aw.
So, yeah.
I do. Yes, that's a wonderful thing to do.
Yes. Okay. All right. I did notice things other than that.
Noticing from the noticer.
Absolutely. I noticed that Fat Bear Week has crowned a champion this year.
And was it an upset, I heard?
Oh, I don't know.
I believe it was an upset.
Well, it was number 128, Grazer, is the queen of Fat Bear Week, which is, of course, the annual contest held by Katmai National Park in Alaska.
Apparently, the money was on another bear. And this bear came from behind.
Grazer defeated 32 Chunk in the finals to seize her first title as champion. So, but it was an upset in that what?
The money was on the other bear.
That people were voting.
Yeah.
Well, it's a voted contest.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Yeah, people vote on this. Over 1.3 million votes were cast in this year's Fat Bear Week. Grazer is the third female bear to win the top prize and has a reputation for confronting even the top Bruins in order to protect her cubs.
If you gonna be a bear,
be a grizzly. and secure her next meal. What is that from?
That's Cannonball Run.
Oh.
I think it might be the dude, and I think it's Terry Bradshaw is the passenger in the.
Is it Joe? It's not Joe Klecko, is it?
It could, well, there's another one. Maybe it's the Joe Klecko one. Yeah, because they're in a pickup truck.
Might be, yeah.
Okay.
But I know what you're talking about. So yeah, well, obviously they say one of the most dangerous things a hiker can encounter is a mother bear protecting her cubs.
Media ranger Naomi Boak said she is a gusty bear, and I think that her story won out, and I think girl power won out, she said. Of course, Fat Bear brings awareness to brown bears and their need to fatten up in preparation for a long, sleepy winter. Hibernating brown
activities. I like eating hikers.
Hibernating brown bears can lose up to 1/3 of their weight while they are hibernating.
That, if you go to sleep and you lose 1/3 of your weight, watch out, Ozempic.
Yeah. And by the way, I remember reading not that long ago that hibernation is not quite what we think it is, where they sleep the entire time.
No.
They do get up and move around a little bit.
Yeah, they go get up, take a pee.
Yeah, well, they would have to. I would think so.
Yeah, like I always thought as a kid, like, that's it. They just sleep for months and they just stay there.
They set
and
the
they're
alarm
dead.
for 3 months.
Yeah, and they don't move.
Do they always find some sort of underground place,
I think
or do some of them?
Some will rent ramadas.
Okay.
No, I primarily that's what they do. They look for some sort of. A lot of times, Preston, I understand that in where rural houses exist, they'll go under the deck of a house and hibernate. But they're looking for some sort of protective enclosure because
but there's
they
only
are
so many places you can find.
That's why real estate in the bear world is
It's a premium.
Let me show you this. It is a lovely little cave, and it is right near a stream with spawning salmon. And I know I couldn't help but notice you have cubs. Great schools in the area.
Do they hibernate together, or they're all separate?
I don't know enough about it. I wish I knew.
You know what? I don't think there's a hibernation that takes. Bears are almost always solitary.
Well, male bears are.
Male bears,
female. The cows are not. So they have the cubs in the den with them, and sometimes the cubs will last 1 or 2 seasons.
Male bears will occasionally eat cubs.
Yeah, if they're hungry.
Oh,
yeah.
what?
Wow.
Yeah.
Their own cubs?
It depends.
They don't even know if it's theirs or not.
Wow, brutal.
Not me, I pull out.
Oh, dude. Jesus.
I wasn't.
Don't have to worry about your own kids for that.
I'm not going to eat my own kids. I always pull out.
All right. Planning ahead.
Boy, I wonder if bears have big penises.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Why don't you bend over and I'll show you. Radio man.
Getting aggressive.
I'm going to show you guys a picture.
Show you my bare ass.
When we get off the air, I have a picture to show you.
Really? Okay.
Yes, it's an animal.
Jackie Bear.
It's not,
Okay.
No, it's not a person. Wait, what was I going to? Oh, I should know this information about the bears because I had to. My boyfriend at the time in college told me to take this class, Humans in the Environment. It's so easy. It's an easy A. It was one of the freaking hardest classes, and I had to do a project on.
That's why he's an ex-boyfriend.
Well, I had to do a project on a bear. I had to write a whole essay. Had to give a presentation on bears. I was like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever.
Stupid
and of course,
bears.
I don't remember anything.
Oh yeah.
Nick pulled up a size comparison of penis bone of different bear species.
They got a bone, huh?
And I guess so. And I don't really. Apparently, they're pretty large.
Yeah.
So,
Or you imagine.
Never seen a bear penis, so I do not know.
No, the average size for a Kodiak, Steve, which is obviously one of the biggest or the biggest, is only 6.7 inches. So
that's human
what?
size.
Yeah, pound for pound.
Oh, well, these photos make it look a lot bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess you take them at the right angle.
Absolutely, man.
I
Bend
literally
over that console.
I literally had to, because I went to Reddit to look this one up, and I had to click on "Are you 18 or over" to look at bear
Oh my
penises.
God.
All right, well, anyhow, the winner of Bear Week is 128 Grazer. That's the name. And
They should be a little bit more creative with the names.
She is the queen. All right, noticing other things. I noticed this story out of Europe, Germany in more particular, but apparently they are banning glitter.
Oh, good. I'm with them.
The European Union is banning loose glitter and micro beads, and some German residents are heading to craft stores to stock up on the stuff.
And the reason for this is what? Besides the annoying thing of opening up a card and having glitter fall out on the floor.
The European Commission hopes the change will keep 500,000 metric tons of microplastics out of the environment because of the material.
Yep.
Yeah. Glitter's a nightmare. It's horrible. It's getting rid of
What
it.
a stripper's going to do.
Is just the absolute worst. Reality TV star Sam Dillon said that he spent $200 on 82 packs of glitter. He said, I heard about the ban during a TV recording in which we were using glitter and said, I'm truly shocked by it. In my world, everything has to glitter. But you're right, dude. Like cards. If you get a card that has glitter on it, it's going to be all over your pants just from opening it up.
You know where in Germany they should still make it legal if you're going to set up a glitter bomb booby trap in your car.
Man, when we went to the Radio Hall of Fame ceremonies, my mom wore this glitter dress, gold glitter dress. My tuxedo had it all over. This is I own my own tuxedo,
right? Yeah,
and it's just glitter all over it, and you just can't get it out of there. You have to get it professionally cleaned.
Yeah, deglittered
in order to get that stuff out of there.
Oh, deal with the glitter, guys.
Oh my God, I'm surprised you're a fan of glitter because it makes such a mess, and you hate messes.
But she loves activities and arts and crafts.
I know.
I do.
Got to be conflicted.
I feel like it's the type of glitter too. There can be like I'm just thinking,
overly fine glitter, right?
Yeah, right. Or
but there's larger glitter that is probably what you like to work with.
Well, I'm just like I'm thinking of decorations and things like that. And if you buy cheaper stuff, the glitter is going to be everywhere. I don't know what they use and why something a little more expensive,
German
or
glitter,
something that's a little bit better quality doesn't. But listen, anything glitter, yes, it's going to get somewhere. But I feel like those cheaper items, that's what's everywhere.
Yeah. Glitter or confetti, which is worse?
Glitter.
Yeah, I agree.
And you
Didn't
can't
take
do
a second to answer that.
Like a do it yourself, like a project at home with glitter. That's what should be banned.
You can leaf blow confetti away, but glitter tends to attach.
It stays everywhere.
Yeah.
Kathy, did Jace ever go through a Play-Doh phase?
You know what? My son, he was not into like anything messy. He hated. I made him do finger paints one time where I could get
your kid.
Where I could get his handprints, and he cried the entire time. I had to wash his hands right after we got the handprint. Yeah. So Nick, he was not really. I mean, yes, of course he did, but he wasn't really super into it.
Because that crap gets everywhere too.
Or the slime. Everybody loves the slime.
Did he?
People were no.
We
made it like one time, and he was like, "Yeah, it's all right."
His first job needs to be as like a dishwasher or something that, or he just gets his hands in and done disgusting pre-eaten food, and
or does the insemination on horses.
Number of people are reminding us that glitter is the herpes of the craft world. Yes, it never ends. It never, ever, ever goes away. All right, other things that I noticed. This was a weird little stat. A survey. This could have gone to the Just Saying Institute, but I noticed it instead.
He noticed something from the Just Saying Institute.
A survey of 2,000 Americans who wear glasses or use contacts found that almost 1/4 miss out on water sports activities when they travel.
You mean like peeing on each other?
No, not that kind of water sports. Like, water skiing and scuba diving.
I totally misread that. Your prescription, how bad are your eyes, or what level is it?
So I have progressives, which means I need help both close and far away. And it can be like it's getting worse. Like yesterday, I sat down at my laptop to do some work, and like my eyes were burning actually, and a little watery, and everything was blurry. So I don't know. It's to the point where I can get by without the glasses.
Right.
I can get by. Just have to adjust by moving things closer or further away. So
can't see without his glasses.
I'm not
his glasses are
fully dependent
Put on his glasses.
on them, but I need them more and more.
So I use progressive. The only reason I got the glasses was because I have small little buttons in front of me, and I want to be able to. I'm farsighted, so switching back and forth to me is a little problematic. So just a little bit of help. And like the regular crappy readers I'll get from Amazon are almost exactly my prescription.
So when sometimes I'll forget glasses and you'll say, hey, I've got these readers if you want. I can't use them because I'm looking at things close up here, but I'm looking at stuff written up there, over there on these monitors.
That's why I got these.
So I have to have progressive, so I can't use readers,
Well, I can't see anything. And I have forever said, I think that I would have been a better diver had I been able to see, because I used to take my contacts out to dive because you're in the water. I wear them now.
Did you ever jump off the wrong side of the diving board?
No, but I mean, you spot things. And I wasn't always a big spotter because I couldn't see what they were telling me to spot.
Meaning what?
Like when you're doing flips and stuff like that, you would spot something on like a back wall or, whatever.
For reference.
Yeah, for reference. And I never really spotted because I couldn't see. It was sort of just like but I think that I could have advanced more than I did had I been able to see.
13% of people who wear glasses or contacts miss out on physical activities and going to the pool. 36% of respondents worry about breaking or losing their glasses while they travel.
I travel with like double the amount of contacts I need, a pair of glasses just in case.
It looks like confetti.
I have everything.
22% said that this nightmare has come true before.
Have you seen they just had it in the news a couple days ago, which is the new football helmet for deaf players that has basically a HUD, a heads-up display, inside the helmet.
Oh, wow.
So that they can read, what's coming across as far as the call.
Oh, so they could it picks up audio and writes it out for them?
So
wow.
Right.
No, I
It's
haven't
pretty
seen
cool.
that. Wow. 1 in 3 said that they would last less than a day in another country without their glasses or contacts.
Oh, it would ruin a vacation.
Really?
Oh my God, absolutely. For me, yeah. I mean, I can't function throughout the day. I can't see anything.
What about besides reading?
Well, no, for reading, just seeing. Like I'm
Just
not.
seeing, okay.
I could actually read, so I could put something close enough to my face to be able to read.
Okay.
I just can't see far away, so I can't.
So if you look out the window now, like the detail of leaves and the building across the street, all blurry?
Well, no, I have my contacts in.
Right,
I
but
wear
without.
contacts every single. Without, I wouldn't even be able to see Nick.
Wow. Oh, that's right. We did the thing where you walked in and couldn't identify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went somewhere once, Preston, and I did forget contacts, and I was like, what am I going to do? Someone's going to need to come pick me up. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I found an old pair of glasses in my car, and I did use that. It was not the correct prescription. It was a little, lessened.
But it helped enough.
But it helped enough that I could at least get home. But I mean, had it been a vacation, it absolutely would have. It would have ruined it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I make sure I have them and I carry them on me. I don't put them in a suitcase in case the suitcase gets lost. Like, I make sure that I'm set.
I actually get a little depressed about it because I had great vision my entire life. Like at one point it was actually better than 20/20, and now it's, just slowly decaying. And Steve, I'm kind of like you. Like if I take my glasses off, I can see, details in the leaves.
Yeah.
And, the buildings
fine.
across the street or whatever, but I cannot read the screen in front of me anymore. And it makes me sad because I used to be able to read every damn thing and now I can't.
So I can see it and I can make it out, but it becomes difficult shifting back and forth.
I can see it, but I can't make it out at all.
We're watching a scene from Adventures in Babysitting where the girl, Penelope Ann Miller, picks up what she thinks is a cat. It's this giant sewer rat because she doesn't have her glasses on. I love that scene. All right. One more thing I'll notice, and then we'll move on because we have Crumb Bum Cash coming up. So I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but I noticed it. A camouflage shortage in the Marine Corps is going to lead to service members wearing less regulated uniforms in the near future. They're out of camo.
How the hell does that happen?
Yeah. In an Instagram video, Commandant General Eric Smith addressed service members' concerns over an inability to find and purchase woodland pattern camis and an ongoing manufacturing shortage. He announced that as the problem continues, local members will be allowed to wear alternate uniforms contrary to Marine standards.
Like Casual Fridays?
Maybe something like that. Hawaiian Shirt Fridays.
Casual Invasion.
That problem is going to stay with us, he said, until the fall of 2024 when the manufacturer can fill the backlog that has been created after COVID. Until that time, local commanders, battalions, and squadrons are authorized to use frog gear, which is flame-resistant organizational gear, or desert-colored camis.
We can only attack deserts.
To mitigate. Despite this announcement, desert camis appear to be out of stock on the My Navy exchange, the retail chain operated by the United States Navy. The website reported that desert camis will also be back in stock by fall of 2024. The shortage was
like the wind old one.
Was first reported in summer of 2022. So
that is wild. You would think that would be, I mean, it's kind of an essential thing to have.
I only like the old style camo.
Yeah.
You know, the throwback camo.
I used to go to the Army surplus.
Yeah.
And get my camo stuff. It was cool.
I'm not big on the kind of pixelated, squared off ones. They don't look.
Give me some World War II camo.
Yeah, there you go.
When wars meant something.
They don't look quite as cool, but I guess they work just fine for what they're intended for, which is to have you blend in.
Listen to us complaining about the kids and their camo.
Yeah.
Call that camo?
Yeah. Would you call that camo? My day, they had real camo.
Real camo. Standing in the woods, you wouldn't even notice me.
All right. That's the last little thing I'm going to mention for the noticer this morning. Because
he's going back into his cave.
Yes, it's hibernation time. So we've got to it's time to get to Crumb Bum Cash. So we will break. We will come back with your first shot at winning $1,000. We'll get to the bizarre file, and we got some information about an event coming up that I think you will want to hear about. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service, traditionally.
And nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa!
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out, it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa.
Now,
you actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All
that.
right.
So that means
do that.
But here's the thing. That means he thinks it. That means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver hairs, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know
but
who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
Yeah, she's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently this is, they're saying, is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah. Okay. When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty
and the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow. Well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy?
Bitch. Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these
No,
because
you know
it's
what?
similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing, and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
And
What are the
JCPenney's
plans
was
for
the other
those?
one.
Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But we've got great plans for the area, bitch. Freddy Krueger, town planner. There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park. Bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know. Bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch. And his bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
his
Tom,
face.
Tom Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texted in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why sometimes we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah.
Well,
Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever. What can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer.
Thanks, Kath. Let's do this thing right now.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
All right, this word is apropos. Well, that's not the word. The word is thousand. All right, It's apropos because you can win $1,000.
Right.
All right, thousand, THOUSAND. All right, again, that's THOUSAND, thousand. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do this. Through WMMR.com or via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry won $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure you do indeed answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is all sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the Crumb Bum cash keyword is 1,000. Enter it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk, want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family owned and operated. You can visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. We'll start with a Florida man, if you will.
There we go.
Dora, Florida. Shot down a Lake County Sheriff's Office drone with a rifle as it was investigating a burglary at a nearby business.
Oh, there you go.
According to the Miami Herald, the drone, valued at nearly $30,000,
wow,
crashed into a building after being hit. The man, Wendell Doyle Goney, claimed
Wendell Doyle Goney?
That's him, or it's Goney, I'm not sure. Claimed that the drone was harassing him.
Friggin' drone.
When confronted by deputies, it was discovered that Goney, who had 29 prior felony convictions in Florida, was not allowed to own any firearms, including the .22 caliber rifle that he used. Goney has
drone
since pleaded guilty to possessing a firearm as a convicted felon and faces a potential prison sentence of up to 10 years.
So, listen, if a drone is going to hover over anyone, a guy with 29 priors is probably a good idea.
Probably. Federal law prohibits convicted felons from possessing both firearms and ammunition.
Look at his mugshot, though. He has a delightful button nose.
Just delightful. 10 Hardee's fast food restaurant employees in Michigan City, Indiana, have been charged with involvement in an unusual scheme, and that is stealing Hardee's customers' data to bail out inmates from jail.
So you go in and get a burger and you're helping bail someone out of jail?
Yeah, the suspect faces 20 felony charges, including fraud and criminal organization activity. The sheriff's office noted suspicious amounts of money were being placed in inmate accounts.
That'll be $5,000, please.
Officials say the accused employees were taking photos of customers' bank and credit cards and using that information to help inmates make bail. After making bail, released inmates would have the balance on their accounts transferred to a debit card, and they could use that to withdraw cash. $14,700 was charged fraudulently, according to police. While 9 suspects have been arrested, authorities are still looking for one more.
On your hungriest day, do you think you could rack up a $14,000 tab?
Maybe, depending on where I'm eating, possibly. You never know.
Shake Shack.
All right. This is a crazy story. I'm going to have to edit this heavily.
All right. It's already good.
Prosecutors concluded that a manslaughter case was not suitable to be pursued against a defendant charged with beating to death another man during a drug-fueled bondage session in a garage apartment littered with sex toys, in which the victim was found bound and gagged, wearing a black leather mask and other fetish garb. While the arrest of Bryant DeMello was announced earlier this year by Florida investigators, a subsequent decision has been to abandon the case. The graphic arrest affidavit charging DeMello with the September 2022 killing of Todd Reed is very intense. So defending his pummeling of Reed, DeMello, remember, they've dropped this case against him. Okay.
Did someone forget their safe word?
Quite possibly. So DeMello was adamant that he acted in self-defense, claiming that he was fearful of being severely injured when Reed clamped down on his woohoo and would not relax his jaw.
Well,
apparently he was saying, "Stop biting, open your mouth," DeMello said. And he told cops that he could not identify the trigger that caused Todd to bite down on him, though he speculated that this could have been influenced or caused by the methamphetamine that Todd had consumed up his hiney just prior to the incident.
Could that have induced a kind of lockjaw?
I don't know. I don't know if it was lockjaw or if he was...
Or meth jaw?
Asked if Reed made any unusual noises prior to the incident.
Yeah, a lot like this.
Now, DeMello replied that Reed was making the appropriate noises for doing that to me.
Okay. I gotcha.
The court affidavit describes DeMello as a veteran who retired from the military with PTSD. Despite that diagnosis, DeMello says that he feels he has a healthy mindset. Reed, a Canadian who split his time in Florida, was found dead after atop a garbage bag-covered ottoman inside the residence The masked Reed was in a bondage harness, leather collar, and wrist restraints. Blood dripped onto the carpet below.
Wow.
And a large sex toy was resting nearby. A search of Reed's iPhone revealed text messages to which DeMello agreed to sexual favors in return for money. So this is all set up ahead of time.
Okay, so there was consent on both sides, obviously.
The phone, which had been positioned to record the pair's encounter, contained videos and images showing Reed with a bone-shaped gag in his mouth while DeMello wore a dog mask, a silver chain, and a bone pendant. So
it was a dog theme.
The phone included a text message from DeMello to Reed that was sent a few hours after DeMello left the victim bloodied and unconscious in the apartment. DeMello told police that he met Reed through an internet site for sexual deviance and arrived at the victim's apartment with methamphetamine. The duo's 4-hour sexcapade, DeMello said, was sweet, adding that they attempted to live stream the encounter but encountered difficulties. It was the whole biting down thing
that just ruined it.
And I guess he was beating the guy to get him to stop doing that.
And they dropped the charges.
They dropped the charges
because they could see the.
They could see that that's probably what happened.
Wow,
so, pretty wild, right?
That's one for the books.
That it is. All right, and then we need another story to
Something
wrap
to
up
cleanse
with.
the lockjaw palate.
All right, how about this? This is a follow-up to a story we had the other day. The New Hampshire man that was arrested for allegedly using a small propeller airplane to stalk a woman in New York.
Yes.
From the air for 4 years. It comes to light that he had been pelting her home with tomatoes from above.
So he's flying over her house and throwing tomatoes out of his small engine aircraft.
Michael Arnold was charged with aggravated stalking after terrorizing
I hate you!
Cassie Woolitz.
You're a tomato whore!
From the sky since 2019 and would fly his single-engine Cessna 180 out to allegedly stalk the victim's New York home.
Here he comes.
Willis, who lives in Schenectady, said of the ordeal, he is terrorizing us. He flies so close to the house that it feels like he's going to go through it. It's a nightmare, and it just doesn't stop. She accused him of waking up her family at 7 a.m. 3 times a week.
Would he actually throw them or drop them bombardier style?
I don't know. I don't know if it makes much of a difference. So with the sound of the aircraft over her house, her roof, her windows, doors would rattle from the flybys. He was dropping tomatoes onto the roof. He appeared in court and pleaded not guilty. He previously posted his $5,000 bond and was ordered to not go within 300 feet of the plane.
I wonder if he's of a mind that this would get her back or get him to like him.
An FBI agent in Albany reported that Arnold was keeping his plane at the Bennington airport and he was served with a temporary restraining order in the summer. But he did another flyby and she called the FBI and the FAA and they found out it was him and now he's facing even more charges. But that was a follow-up.
I call the Department of Agriculture.
I didn't know the whole thing about the tomatoes, but apparently that was...
That's the best part.
That was his thing. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. And I have more good stories coming up a little bit later on. But we have an event to talk about. It is this weekend. It's the annual event that's been going on for a gazillion years
Forever.
now. And it is one of the coolest things that's done in the city. It's going to be on Sunday at Aikens Oval, and it's the AIDS Walk Philly, of course. And we would like to welcome two people who have been coming by this studio for years. We have now the Mountain Man, Robb Reichard, and Carrie Feiler Bender here with us this morning. Hi, guys.
Morning.
Hi.
Robb's grown his beard out a bit. His hair's gotten a little bit longer, and I think he's looking pretty rustic these days.
Looking a little Grizzly Adams-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's working for you.
It works for you,
Robb. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Carrie, how are you?
I'm awesome. Always great to see you guys. This is my 20th AIDS walk. I've been coming to y'all
20 years.
for 20 years.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
Yeah.
Man. And total years now for, I ask you guys this every year, but I lose track. It's over like 35 years.
This is 37.
37 years now for the AIDS walk. Amazing. And in the same location every time? Has it ever changed? Has it always been Aikens Oval?
We are always the third Sunday of October on Aikens Oval.
That's awesome. Excellent. So obviously it's a big event and it's one that you should probably get registered for. I know that there's some walk-ups if you want to do that, but probably best to register ahead of time.
Absolutely. People can go to our website, aidswalkphilly.org, to register. It creates an online fundraising page. Of course, it is a fundraising event. We're raising funds for our emergency grant program for people living with HIV here in our community.
Okay, excellent. And how many walkers usually come out for the event?
We're expecting a few thousand walkers to be out this year.
It's a fun time.
It's a good time.
Yeah, then that's it's one of those things. To do it right, you got to give the participants something that's fun, a great experience.
Yep.
And will one Pierre Robert be in attendance?
He will be there. He is there every year.
And
He's done
bright
all
and early.
37. He's done all 37 It's crazy.
That's cool. Yeah. And how many times has he slept in his car to make sure he got there?
Just one.
One time?
Ones that we know of.
Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. And Rob, actually, Carrie had mentioned something to me off air about the fact that you have a story about money being donated from the event.
Yeah, so we have an emergency grant program for people living with HIV, and because all the dollars we have are private dollars, they're raised privately, we have a lot of flexibility. And we got a grant request for a young man who came to this country to escape abuse. He was abused as a teenager and contracted HIV. Came to this country at 18 and applied for asylum. And unfortunately, he wasn't going to be able to speak directly to the judge. He needed an interpreter and didn't have the funds for that. And so we did a $225 grant to cover the interpreter. And about 2 weeks after his 19th birthday, the judge granted him asylum because it just would have been too dangerous for him to go back to his country because of
So from the smaller story like that to larger stories about all the different aspects, and what you guys do has been kind of used as a model for other organizations about getting money out. I remember, Manna started years ago with a more narrow focus, and now provides foods for across the boards for anybody who's in cancer, and it's an amazing thing. But again, it's the mission combined with the feel good fun time that I think has made this a success for so many years.
Yeah, and we start our day always kind of honoring those we've lost to the epidemic. So the early morning, we do a reading of names, and we have 25 blocks of the AIDS Memorial Quilt because we want to remember and honor those we've lost. But then we have our opening ceremonies, and then we go out and raise money on the Kelly Drive.
You still do the stretching and everything.
Oh, yeah. We do an aerobic warm-up before we get started, and then go out, raise some money, and then come back and we celebrate the strides we've made in the epidemic because we have made a lot of progress.
Yep. I wanted to ask about that. Where are things standing now with it?
Sure. So we have treatments that can help people live a long and healthy life with HIV. Our goal at AIDS Fund is to keep a financial crisis from becoming a health crisis. So we know we have the treatments. However, you need to have a roof over your head. It's hard to maintain your health if you don't have a roof over your head.
Are they expensive, the treatments in general, or are the prices come down?
The treatments are expensive, but everybody does have access. It just is a matter of trying to get that access.
Because I see the commercials for
what I think is interesting is the evolution in how people receive treatment and also how they can receive PrEP, which is a prevention if you're in a
I see those commercials all the time,
Right. I mean, it used to be daily medications, HIV medications several times a day. Now you can get an injection once a month, once every 2 months. That you go live your life. You don't have to remember it every day. It is how can you make your life easier and stay healthy? Because as Rob likes to say, if your loads are undetectable, you won't pass the virus to somebody else.
Right.
So you can get an injection once a month, once every 2 months, depending on which thing. And for the rest of the 29 days of the month, forget about it.
Is the AIDS Fund, is it somewhere where people don't know, if they have like insurance problems and things like that, then can they reach out to you guys to steer in the right direction?
Direct people to the whatever resources we need. We can direct them to where they can get those resources, and so we're happy to do that. People can reach out to us through our website, aidsfundphilly.org, or call our office, 215-731-WALK. And we're happy to, while our program is emergency financial assistance, we are connected with a lot of agencies to do our work. And so we can, get people to where they need to be.
Right. Excellent. And then the actual walk starts What time?
Walk starts at 8:30 in the morning.
That's why Pierre sleeps in his car.
Yep. And, you know, as I said, we come back, and when the walk's over with, we come back and we have some fun activities. The Dukes of Destiny, you know, one of the premier Philadelphia blues bands will be out there again this year.
Yeah.
And just to have a good time, you know, celebrating the funds we've raised. And again, the strides we've made in both the treatment and prevention. Of
Become a tradition for so many people. So it's cool. And kudos to you guys.
You guys have a little post party afterwards, or are you too damn tired?
A little trip to Shake Shack.
We go back to the office and eat pepperoni pizza.
All right, well, we will post all the information as we always do. It's AIDSWalkPhilly.org to get the information. But this Sunday, the weather's looking, it says morning showers, but we'll see. It might just be sprinkles. The high's going to be about 60, so a little bit on, it's always on the nice cool side, nice seasonable weather, but it's a rain or shine event, right?
Absolutely. And you know, if somebody raises $500, they get a sweatshirt. So
there you go.
All right. And I noticed actually,
raise it quickly and you'll be warmer.
There's a Platinum Club premium jacket if you raise it.
Yes, Rob's wearing it.
Is that what you're wearing?
Sweet deal.
I thought that was a NASCAR jacket. Wow.
Very, as my board president said, it's a very European look this year.
I like it. I like it.
You look like a European mountain man.
Yeah.
All right. So year number 37, you can get signed up and be a part of this event. And like they're saying, you know, Pierre obviously is going to be there. Never miss it. 37 years. It's a Philadelphia institution. So we love that you guys continue doing this, and the success is still happening. So congratulations. And
thank you all so much. Longtime supporters.
Yeah.
Everyone at MMR, we love you guys. Thank
We
you.
love you. We love you guys. Thank you, Carrie Feiler, Bender, and Reichard. And the walk is taking place on Sunday. We are going to take a break, and I've been told that Drew Lynch is here. And we'll be in our studio when we get back. So we will come back with him and a few other things. Stay put. We'll return shortly.
That lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, like, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, you know, mid to higher level and add, you know, a spritz, and spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a
They can do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but like there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, like I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but like any wines from California. Like I don't think I've, yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
typically, like anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes
you
grow
said
in.
you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it! I never said that.
Oh, dear,
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's, you know, where the grapes are grown.
Yeah. I don't. There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, like master wine tasters. And and I haven't seen it yet, but he said
It's about Somalians?
No, in the scene
Pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it and has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
It's some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, there's a to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yep.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop of New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Somm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it is about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at home.
You got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No. Okay. Ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes. Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
How about that? And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
That's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house, and really I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up. It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right,
see what we get.
All right.
Only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I just be?
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about shop?
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
It actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They've reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
They're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon.
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other. Now people are labeling bourbon, even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually there's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia, or at least Pennsylvania, and it's called bourbon. I had it's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones. Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And
it's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to...
All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest is going to be performing at the Keswick Theater tonight. I hear it's almost sold out.
Yeah, get your tickets now.
He is in our studio, and by the looks, you would never guess that he was born and raised in India.
Thanks, man.
I'm sorry, Indiana.
Yeah.
Drew Lynch is here. this morning. Casey asked where he was from, and he said Indy, and Casey heard India.
So diverse here in Philly. Radio stations.
You can't make assumptions these days.
You really can't.
Everyone
You really
jet-setting
can't.
around.
It didn't help that I bowed. I'm really sorry about that, Casey.
Welcome to town. You got in late last night or
I sure
early
did.
this morning or whatever?
Who cares? Yeah, I've been here for just a few hours, and I think I've had enough.
Yeah. You done?
Wait, what?
This was great. It was 6 miles, a 40-minute drive into the city.
Yes.
And it's
Not
just,
like India.
Yeah, that's nothing like India. We don't have roads. So yeah, it's beautiful. I love the setup you guys have here. I appreciate the little canister of Tai Chi, and there's a Trojan condom in the same.
Wait, is there really a condom in there?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I think. I think that's what it is.
And Steve got me a can of Yoo-Hoo a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, Yoo-Hoo. Nick despises Yoo-Hoo.
Yeah,
So,
it's a very confusing corner here in the studio. I don't know if they have a camera on it, but it's a nightmare to stare at while you're a guest.
Many have said that corner kind of looks like a garage sale.
That's exactly what it is.
There's all sorts of. We should put a VCR and an old painting.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Marissa's going to come in and go, I told you. She hates that corner.
Does she?
Yes.
What? Like the teas and stuff like that? That was my idea.
No.
I think she hates you.
It's the condoms.
It's the condoms. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I love this your Shirt King tour.
Thank you.
I have heard this phrase pop up a lot recently. I was unfamiliar with the term Short King, and I've seen a lot of statuesque models on Instagram and or on social media post about their adoration for Short Kings.
Happy to hear you're on social, Steve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you explain the Short King mythos?
Sure. Yeah. This is like when you talk to your great granddad, and you're like, "Listen, let me tell you how the Facebooks go." Yeah. So sure, a short king is so like when a woman is taller, when a woman's taller than the guy she's with. That's what a short king.
Okay,
is.
but they when I see them, they're looking for their Short King.
It's kind of like it's in right now.
Yeah, it's totally in.
Yeah, it's trendy right now, which I love. I love being objectified in any way. So I think it's kind of, I don't know when it's going to die out and people realize that we're not eye level lovers. So I've never seen my eyes wide. My wife's taller than me, and
how much taller?
She's a few inches taller. Like she's 5'8", I'm 5'4".
Okay.
So, I stared at her neck the whole time. It's like the top of the fridge. You're like, what's up there? I've never seen her face before, but when when we met at a bar, and I sat at the bar next to her. She was drinking an IPA, and I was like, I love IPAs. I'll drink these. Ordered, and we had a whole conversation at the bar. We spent a few hours chatting, and then when we hopped up off of the bar, she was already committed. She was already pot committed.
Was that your methodology? You sell it while seated.
I think so. Yeah. So I seated. They don't have wheelchairs as bar stools, so.
Dude, I give you all the listen. So it's funny though, because I know you wanted to be an actor.
Yeah.
Being an actor, and we say it all the time. We've had Mark Wahlberg in here. What is he? Is he 5'6", 5'7"?
Yeah, it might be like that.
And it's you came up against that thing, but there's so many actors that Tom Cruise that are in your height range.
Yeah.
So did you shoot yourself down before assuming you would not have?
Of course.
Roles, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't until I became a Scientologist I really thought I had a shot.
It really can help you.
It's really about community.
Yeah.
It's not so much about like appearances.
Yeah.
I honestly, I've been short for, I've had the same body since I was very young. I was going to say the third grade, and then I realized I think it was before then. Let's say third grade. And so for this last special that I just shot, I think it's, I've always tried to be as I guess self-aware, self-deprecating as possible.
It's a wonderful attribute.
Yeah.
But so the thing is also, and I heard someone point this out, and I guess one of these, maybe a short king said, short kings as they get older, they tend to stay pretty much physically the same, so you don't get the paunch, or you stay in shape.
Yeah,
like it's kind. So on the plus side, Yeah, you have to. So have that to look forward to.
Yeah, thanks, man. This has been so enlightening. I
did the research on Short King.
I felt okay. Like we're a breed in the wild. I looked at them, and you guys are nocturnal, actually. That was crazy.
We're going to put a tracker on you, by the way.
That's why they shot me right when I got in here. It
we
didn't
follow
feel
the
good.
migratory path.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. And about and I don't know if I thought we had you in the studio or on Zoom, because we've had you on the show before. But I don't know if we discussed you had an accident. It's part of your act that you have talked about in the past. Explain what happened, because it's a fascinating thing. And you've kind of parlayed it.
Yeah. Well, I moved out to LA initially to do like the whole acting thing. And I was talking with Casey about his daughter being in theater and stuff like that. So that's my whole world. Like I grew up doing it.
You were living in Vegas at the time?
I was living in Vegas. I was ready to go to some acting colleges myself, and then I was like, you know what? I'll go out to LA for a year and just see. I'll take a year. I knocked out my first year of college in high school with AP classes, so I was like, you know what? I was always highly driven, highly motivated to have that be my trajectory. And then when I got a night job working at a comedy club so I could have my days free to audition. That comedy club had a softball team. And I basically had a traumatic brain injury from a softball accident when I was 20 years old. And it damaged all the nerves on the left side of my body. And I didn't have the functionality of my motor skills.
Were you hit by a ball?
Yeah, I got hit in the throat. I got hit in the throat with a softball.
Oh my goodness.
I fell and I hit my head on the ground.
And so you had a half body paralysis?
Yeah, well, not paralysis.
Yeah.
It's just the motor skills, and even to this day, I still have issues with nerves and spatial awareness and the connectivity that you're supposed to have equally on both sides.
Can I
on my left side?
How did this happen, by the way? I mean, I know it was softball, but what was the play?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's draw it up. You have a whiteboard?
No, because I played softball.
Relive your drama for us.
Let's do it. So he's like, I'm going to throw a ball at you, and you react exactly.
We promise to pull the ball back.
Listen,
if it hits me on the right side, I'm all for it. Let's balance this out.
I jumped in and asked that question because I used to play like bar league softball, and I went and bought a catcher's mask, right?
Yeah.
And people were like making fun of me for it, and I was like, I am not going to lose teeth over stupid bar league softball because some dude foul tipped the ball or whatever. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah.
It's like wildly underestimated as how violent of a sport it can be.
No, it's real deal.
I watched the third base coach completely take a ball to his face because the third baseman missed it, and the dude wasn't really paying attention, and he took a line drive right to the nug. I mean, so these things can happen. So
yeah, it's underhand pitch. It's not like we don't wind it up. Like literally, it's underhand in front of our bodies, almost at point blank range.
Yeah. Right.
The ball is fatter. The bat is fatter. We are fatter. Everything is fatter and slower and sadder. And we're like, yeah, I'm on the treadmill once a week. Let's meet on dirt and make explosive movements. What could possibly go wrong? And then, some dude named Greg steps up to the plate and he's going through a divorce. We don't think he's going to take it out on someone. I was playing shortstop. I look exactly like his wife, probably. Yeah. I was playing shortstop, and I just took a bad hop. I mean, shortstop. When you play shortstop, I'm sure it's this way for you, Casey, but shortstop, they play basically in center field. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They move so far back. Everybody in the infield is pretty much that, just because it's just so easy to just smack the crap out of it.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it took a bad hop and hit me in the throat, and I felt the more severity of the injuries was me hitting my head on the ground.
Yeah.
So the diagnosis I had was a vocal contusion with a major concussion.
Yeah. So did you know instantly? This is way wrong.
No, I don't remember. I don't remember that day.
Yeah. Really?
I had work
You blacked
scheduled
out.
that. Yeah. I had work scheduled later that night. Apparently, I went to work later that night, and they were like, listen, something's a little off. Why don't you go home, sleep it off? And then when I woke up the next day, that was when I knew for sure.
They probably said, I don't know how they do it in India, but we send people home.
Yeah.
That's listen. I was playing first base at one point, and the third baseman threw the ball down the line towards the bat, and this dude completely knocked me out.
Yeah.
And I got hit. I didn't know that he was coming, and looking back on it, it's like, dude, you could have let up a little bit. You didn't have to. You didn't have to run me over.
To your point, Drew, like about the pent up aggression. A lot of times, these guys are going in and they're not. Hey, let's just have some fun.
This is all they have. This is all they have.
It's like what?
Yeah, they're like they're like they need this. Whatever their competitive nature is going to come out. It's going to be there.
Not for nothing though. I mean, they usually put the best player at shortstop. So
thanks, man. Well, they messed up. That guy. I wish he played that day because I was there. Literally, what the worst part is when I went down. When you go down on your team, you don't have subs. You're just playing. You know. So they had to bring someone from their team to come play shortstop on our team.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was wild.
You have no memory of the incident or of that day?
I don't remember the injury itself. I just remember being in the hospital the next.
And so how did you get the details as to actually what happened?
Coworkers.
Yeah.
Coworkers who were like, "This is what it was crazy," and it actually didn't look that bad. You just looked like a little bit. Sorry. You just looked like a. Thank you, Preston. Preston came in and was like, "A little bit." She said exactly what I was thinking about him this whole time. Prior to knowing the story, I was like, that guy's a little bitch. Talking about my condom cubby right there. Did you talk about my condom cubby?
I'm going to put this sticker on there now that says condom cubby. That's perfect.
We can name it after you, Drew.
So you get this injury, and then it leads to what kind of lingering effects?
Well, basically, I had in the first year that I was out there in LA, I had a manager, I had an agent, and the week prior to my injury happening, I had callbacks and a lot of, I had like momentum building.
You were on your way.
I had momentum building. I look young as it is, but back then I was playing a lot of like 18 to look younger, so I was in with like the Disney folks and really just kind of making strides as far as as much as you could make in a year. That was I was fortunate enough to
I can absolutely see you taking off with that. Yeah.
So it basically I had to make a bunch of calls, or my roommate on my behalf had to make a bunch of calls to these casting people, to my agent, to my manager, who was like, he's not going to be able to make a lot of these appointments. Now, if you say that to a manager who literally you get all the way up to being up for the part, and then they have to make a call saying like, sorry, our client's not reliable or not available or something happened. It doesn't make them look good. I felt devastated because that was I would have given anything to have that not happen for that to be what was going to be happening.
Yeah.
So my management and my agent, in a super kind of vague way, they were like, you can come back when you get better, but it was in a way of saying like, we can't represent you now because you're someone who we can't send you these appointments with a stutter. We can't have you stuttering. And
so the stutter was one of the things that occurred after this injury, correct? You didn't have anything like that before.
No.
It's funny. This should be part of your scenario, Drew, because growing up, a friend of mine had a similar sort of injury, and then developed a stutter after that, which he was able to beat later on.
Yeah.
And clearly you're able to manage or mitigate or you've eradicated it. When did you realize this was something that you were now dealing with?
I mean, when the doctors told me that, the doctors gave me a pretty, it was I would say a really conservative sort of diagnosis. They were like, just give it a few weeks and see what happens kind of a thing, which is really frustrating. But they ran all the tests on me. They had medical specialists and neurologists fly in from Vegas to come check it out. So it was something that was a freak accident. And most people who stutter are people in their adolescence. They're people who are kids. They've had it since birth. It's not something. It's not a common thing.
No.
So to have a physiological/neurological thing that changed the whole trajectory of it really was what forced me to be like, okay, I feel like I have my back in a corner here. I already worked at a comedy club, loved comedy, but never wanted to pursue it. Always was just like, I love being around it, and for me, it was just the perfect night job to just be like.
You had to have been told you were funny because you're an innately funny guy.
You're the first one, Steve. Genuinely, I was
sorry.
waiting for this day. So I mean, it was just, I guess, but it was just comedy as an art, like stand up as an art form is just so different.
Yeah,
you know,
it is.
it's like it's something that if you see someone do it well, you think you can do it, and if you see someone do it badly, you think you can do better.
Yeah.
So but it really doesn't. It takes someone who goes on stage and kind of like it's really about the writing, and I think I was thankful for my injury because I used to talk so much more slowly, and because of my injury, it taught me word economy. It taught me how important it is to remove all the fat from every single thing you want to say so you can keep people's attention, and how the context of like a sentence can get changed by the last 2 words that you say.
You're hitting it right on the head. I talk, and they're probably sick of hearing me. I say it all the time. I love the comedians who practice that economy, and one of my idols, Norm Macdonald, was just the master of paring it down and killing with just the simplest sentences.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. He was just so dry and coy, and Norm is someone who like he could say something that sounds so normal, but the thing he's saying, like the way he's saying it sounds so normal, but the thing he's saying, it can completely change by the end of the time.
His bit about Hitler, the more I hear about this guy, I have no use for him. I mean, it's just brilliant. But
also, your Norm is so good.
Thank you. But did you ever have the opportunity to work with Norm?
No.
Or? Yeah. So you get your act up and running, and so.
A few years later, I ended up on America's Got Talent. So I did that. So that was a few years after my injury. And genuinely, I didn't know that was going to be a thing. That show was kind of a perfect platform for me because it told my story at the same time as letting you kind of showcase.
That's the whole thing, right? They give the backstory, and you had a good hook, but you also were doing well on stage.
Yeah, so it was just something that I think was like a perfect way to try and tell that story, and I was appreciative of when it happened. I ended up coming in second on that a few years ago, and then after that, it's really about what you do to kind of do to sustain your career after the fact. Like they'll give you the opportunity to showcase you, but how you end up making it work for yourself afterwards is really where I started to divert my attention to like social media and having like an online presence. And
it's pretty awesome if you stop and think, because you also had some YouTube traction as well, right?
Yeah.
And your service dog was.
Yeah, Stella, she passed away last year, unfortunately. But yeah, she and I, we were doing some videos online for a long time where we kind of have like a weekly vlog, and yeah, she would. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
I'm just gonna call on people now. Nick, you go ahead and go next.
Thank you, Drew.
Taking just a post-game press from.
You mentioned concentrating on social media and doing YouTube stuff, and it's always remarkable to me when anybody reaches certain plateaus, and you have 1 million followers on Instagram. How much effort did that take? How much were you concentrating on, if I can build my Instagram followers, I can build an audience, and then that will, sort of help me with shows at the Keswick, that type of thing.
Yeah. Way to bring it right back to the Keswick.
Selling tickets here, man.
Guy's in the moment, man.
Yeah.
Jeez, you got to get him on the payroll. And
I stop interning.
Yeah, he needs to do more than stocking the condom cubby. That's not. He's above that. Yeah, it really is such a big thing, and honestly, it's just becoming bigger and bigger. I think the pandemic also became it was a time where anybody was on social media. You know what I mean? And
they were looking for stuff. Yeah.
And so I was kind of doing videos just before. I was doing videos online because I remember I used to get heckled a lot just because I was stuttering or people were trying to be interactive with it, and you didn't want to get rid of your material as a comic, so I would just put a lot of those interactions online. So that was kind of a way that people started to sort of be like, oh, all right, I'm gaining some familiarity with this comic, and I like the way that they're in the moment and that each show is kind of individual. And so, when you really turn your attention towards the fact that things aren't being gate kept anymore, like it's really up to you. If you want to build an audience, you can curate that and kind of nurse it to whatever you want it to be. Artists are so much more in control now.
I think you hit at a time, and it's funny because a lot of people now it was almost like a brief period where everyone's like, I'm straight. It's like the gold rush.
Mm-hmm.
But now I think it's starting to level off where people are like, why don't I have 1 million followers
Yeah, it's
so
saturated
quickly.
for sure. It's,
Right.
You know, when TikToks were coming out, like during the pandemic, where it was like, yeah, my mom reviews Tupperware. You're like, why is this a channel that I subscribe to? It's just so, you know, it just got so weird. Like people got so bored during the pandemic or whatever. Like it just kind of built into like, what am I following right now? Like I follow a girl on TikTok. She farts into PVC pipes.
All right.
She literally farts, like she skates and then farts into them.
Seen it.
And yeah, you've seen it. Yeah. She's incredible. I might comment one day. I might be like, this is crazy. You know, I like it's so bizarre.
I have to
like,
see that.
Yeah. It's so bizarre that like the time we're in, and it's also that, you know, the grind for stand-up is so different than just building an audience online, because that's respectable, and there are people who are trying to get into the stand-up world by inverting their sort of trajectory by saying like, listen, I built an audience online, now let me see if that'll translate to the skills on stage.
And a lot of them are finding that it doesn't.
Exactly.
I mean, we talk to, you know, some comment, and we've been at shows where they'll have people who will, the girl who farts into the pipe.
There it is. There it is. That's my girl right there. She's on command, bro.
She should open for you at the Catholic, man. Just that. That's
honestly, and people talk about Meryl Streep. That's what kills me. But once they get to the point where they have to deliver like to an audience, who's, you know, once the audience seen you do the pipe trick, it's like, what's next? But you can bring it. Yeah. And isn't it wild that if you think about all of the things that you've been through and you saw opportunity where someone might be dejected and go, I'm done, it might very well, and it seems to be leading you back around to realizing you're acting.
Yeah. I think like that's what's kind of cool and really something that I wasn't able to foretell or foresee at the time. At the time it happened, I'm just looking for anything that I can do that isn't just like, okay, I had this injury happen to me and now I'm just kind of disheveled in this corner and deflated, and that's the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So like I said at the beginning, I truly felt that I was just backed into a corner to where my only other alternative was to just be like, all right, let me start being self-deprecating about my speech. Let me draw some like, by being self-aware, it's so disarming. It's so nice to just kind of be like, listen, this is something that I'm going through, and it humanized me in a way that I thought was very helpful, and it taught me relationships, joke structure. It taught me that, you know, I could always have a career in touring, and if it ends up coming back around to doing acting and things like that, I think that's amazing.
When you realize that you can somehow, some way you'll figure out how to make it work. Like Preston was touring, you know, in a rock band, you know, and I mean, anytime you can, like I did stand up for a while. Okay, you know, if you can. You have options. You just have to be prepared to know that you'll make it work and have the confidence to do that. You know, so that you're not. Oh, I'm done. I'm over.
Well, it was like I was saying, like I'd been in front of people, all performing in front of people all the time. It wasn't the idea of being in front of an audience that ever kind of thwarted me. It was
softball.
Yes. So I mean, in fact, like if I meet people after shows, when I meet people, sometimes it's the conversations that I have individually where that's occasionally when my stutter will come out. But when I'm on stage, like sometimes when I'm on stage that happens too, but I feel so comfortable in front of just a group of people.
So the old story used to be with this country western star, Mel Tillis. Who had a stutter.
Yeah.
And music was his thing that would shut off the stutter.
Yeah.
What did you use any sort of music therapy for?
Yeah, it's called melodic intonation therapy.
Right.
And because I've been in speech for years, and one of the subsets of some speech therapy techniques is melodic intonation therapy, and so they teach you to sing. And I don't think it works, but I don't think it works at the times that you're stuttering. Yeah, you can't. You know what I mean? Like when I stutter is when I'm frustrated, and so I don't think that's the best time to be like, hang on, let me drop a ballad on someone real quick,
like a musical.
They cut me off in the street. You know what I'm saying?
Would it be terrible if they started you off with like "My Generation" from the Who?
Right. Yeah. The one big stutter song.
Nothing yet, you know, baby. That would just be terrible.
Those would not work for someone battling stuttering.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, as Drew Lynch, I just want to hit this again. The Keswick Theater. The show is tonight. The tickets are selling wonderful.
Thank you.
Do you have good days and bad days with the speech? Because it sounds like you have a perfect handle on it.
Thanks,
here.
man.
You know.
Yeah, it's been. Well, I've been in speech for 8 years. So, I did that. I saw a neurologist. I saw a neurologist, speech therapist, chiropractor, physical therapist. I've done everything to try and rehab it because I didn't want it to be something that was like, I didn't want it to. It's cool to draw some attention to what your insecurities are, but you don't ever want it to feel like that's a gimmick or that you're writing on something.
Right.
And too often I heard as a criticism was like, well, he's got this because of that, and it's like I never wanted that. To
Like
be
Yakov
what my
Smirnoff
story-
being from Soviet Russia, like that's your hook.
Yeah.
He's the stuttering comedian, and your material is not that at all.
Yeah. So the idea that I can go on stage and if I have to acknowledge it initially, cool, but then move on.
Yeah.
How long ago was the injury?
13 years ago.
Wow.
Wait, hang on. 12 years ago.
Yeah, I had a fairly significant brain injury 2 years ago, and it's interesting to see where and how it can linger because it'll resurface every now and then, and you're surprised by it. But that's why therapy exists in the first place, right? That's why you go see the neurologist. The brain is just it's a funny organ, man. It's so weird how things can resurface and just lay dormant for a while and then come back.
Yeah, and now you're into feet, right?
Yes. Well, not
totally
before.
Feet and condoms.
Yeah. You got to pick your things.
Foot condoms.
Foot condoms.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, did you ever go to speech therapy at all for it?
Yeah, and a neurologist and a neuro-ophthalmologist, and I ran the gamut, physical therapy as well.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm in speech right now, and most of the clients who are in speech therapy are kids because it's at adolescence. So
yeah, you rarely see someone who develops a stutter older.
Yeah. I'm the oldest client with mine by a lot. And they decorate the waiting room for not me. It's a humiliate. You're sitting on this plastic chair. They have puzzles and they got a little slide and there's bubbles and I've done it all.
There's no mini bar.
Yeah, there's no And so when you're sitting there next to there's no mini bar. You're sitting there next to some parent who's like thinking that they're talking to you like you're waiting for your kid.
Right.
And then you get called in. You're like, all right, this was fun.
Yeah, but had you not told that story, I wouldn't have pointed any of even the stuttering. I wouldn't have thought that there was something wrong.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah.
How do you mean? Like I've told it. You're saying like I've told it before. Like
no, if I didn't know your story and I just met you, I would not think there was anything wrong or anything had happened.
I appreciate that. And the number of times that I'll end up doing I'll do a show where people have followed me for a few years or whatever, and afterwards they'll be like, you said, you didn't stutter, or you're not. We're talking right now. You're not even stuttering. It's right when they say that you're just like you become so aware. Everything becomes like, you know what I mean. Yeah. And I've gotten much better at it, but it's like you kind of have it in the periphery where you're just like, all right, I know that that's there, but I'm not going to have it be something that continues to creep in where it just dictates the whole conversation.
When's the time you can use it as an advantage and and pump it up a little bit if you need to get out of a traffic ticket? Or,
I've never. I tried showing my tits and that just doesn't. He's like, will you stutter, please? He was like, do you mind stuttering? Because this is terrible. You don't have enough estrogen for this.
From me, the stutter is going to work better because your rack isn't that impressive.
Oh my!
I love it. I love it.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, I have a brother and a sister, and I have an adopted sister as well. So I don't know why I said it like that. I have 2 sisters and a brother. I just wanted to know.
He's the outworlder.
So I'm actually
She's not Indian.
Yeah, she's not Indian. They're all Indian, and they were adopted. No, I have a sister, and I'm actually officiating her and her girlfriend's wedding next week. So it's,
have you ever done that?
I've never done that before.
Is a moment like that gonna make you a little nervous because it's in front of people, but it's a whole different thing than doing a stand-up routine? Although I'm sure you will inject some comedy into it as well.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to do that. But yeah, I think like the most nervous that I've been, where I stuttered a lot was when I proposed to my wife. You know what I mean? And she and asking a woman, that's where you want to be confident. That's where and it was like for any show I've ever done that I hadn't been as nervous as I had then.
Is this your wife behind you?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
This
She
lady here.
smiled when you said that, and I'm like, that's got to be her.
I want to ask you because So I'm ADD, I guess. I've been, and your wife is ADHD?
Definitely. Has she been like, she's behind me, so has she been paying
smiling
attention?
and loving.
Oh, okay.
She's been staring rapturously at you.
Yeah, she brings her sewing kit to when she goes.
But so I wonder how with you, because I find, that I tend to, and that's my thing. And I try to sometimes put the brakes on it, but there's a part of that works here for what we do.
Yeah.
So with you, I would think that to me, with a stutter, you talk about speaking fast. You want to get things in under the wire.
Yeah.
And I think she would want to do that as well.
Oh,
yes?
dude, it's a nightmare. I love her so much, but I'm going to talk so much shit right now about her.
Stop.
That we can't say.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, dang it.
Stop.
Dang.
Crap.
I really said tits and bitch, and then I was like, I'm going to go for the Hail Mary.
Actually, the T is once we could get him.
Oh, good. Oh, all right, guys. I'm sorry. I had a good time.
It's been real.
No, yeah. So basically, there was my wife has ADHD, and she and I we spend so much time together that she sometimes forgets that I stutter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm so comfortable around her that it just doesn't come out. And
That's the person you feel the most.
Yeah, and she's just all like, I love her to death, but she moves at just a different frequency. When you have ADD or ADHD, and she's been with me for a long time, so she's been with me for when my stutter was way worse.
Yeah.
And there was a time where recently both mine and her issues, my stutter, her ADHD, came together for like a awful storm. I'd had a long night of doing shows, and I came home exhausted, and my wife, she noticed, so like she asked, she was like, hey babe, what's the matter? And what I said at the time was, it's nothing, it's just today I'm feeling very stressed. But at the time that I said it, I stuttered on the word stressed, so it sounded like like that, literally like that, but faster. Like it was just like a quick like
right.
And she started dancing to my thing. Literally, not even like a small, just
like you
little,
were doing a rap.
Yeah, like it was like a little, like like literally,
like you're beatboxing.
Yes, it was like a little, and she did like a little like movement there, and she immediately saw my face. She saw that I reacted to her dancing to my speech, and then she immediately started to cry because she felt so bad.
Yeah.
But it was so involuntary. She didn't do it on, it wasn't like she was like, oh, I'm going to do it as an opportunity to make fun of him. It's just she forgot that I stutter, and so when it happened, she was like, just quickly, she was like, oh, sick, let's do this real quick. And I was like,
that's awesome, though. I mean, to have my wife is very funny, and we'll do, it's fun to have that, that someone.
It's true love, man.
Yeah.
Like, and for her to react that way, and then for you guys to move past it and make it love each other even more afterwards. That's adorable.
Yeah, 100%.
Would have been the best if she would have said at that moment, break it down.
I was like, why'd you bring a piece of cardboard? Where are you? Please don't head spin to my speech impediment.
Good.
Oh, good, man.
Wow. How long have you guys been married?
We've been married for a year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so we do long distance. She travels. I travel, but she lives in Vermont, and then she'll travel to meet me. So she's a world champion in cross country skiing. So
oh my God, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
World champion?
Yeah, world champion.
Get over here.
You want to switch? There's
get over here on the microphone. Yeah, come over here real quick.
Yeah.
We'll say hi real quick. We have to wrap up shortly, but we got a world champion in here soon.
Champion.
Not talk to a world champion. I'm sorry, I didn't meet you.
This is my first time on the radio.
Your name?
Melanie.
Melanie.
Yeah.
And you're a world champion cross-country skier?
The specific sport is called ski orienteering, and it's...
What is that? Because I've cross-country skiing, and always to me looks like it'd be something that like a Zen thing to get into.
Oh, definitely.
Is that what it is for you?
Yeah, it's like the sport of a lifetime. You can do it when you're 2 years old and your dad's carrying backpack, or when you're 95 years old and just going for a stroll. So, it's really whatever level you want it to be. Like
thought
pickleball.
about strapping on a gun and being a
biathlete.
A biathlete.
So I have done biathlon, and this summer I was training with my friend who is a biathlete.
Oh,
that's a cool sport too.
Nice.
I love the way Preston said it. You ever thought about strapping on a gun and just hunting on skis?
That sport's always fascinated me. I'm like,
It's a weird combination. I guess it has military roots or something like that. And
Yeah, I think-
Sweden or
Sweden, Norway, one of
something like that.
One of those countries with the military.
Yeah.
But that's. Did you start when you were a kid? I guess.
Yeah. My dad was a world champion at ski orienteering as well.
This.
Yeah.
You're slaying the comedy world, and she's cross country skiing up a storm.
I guess, man. I mean,
you guys are the new Brad and Angelina.
Thanks, man. I mean, it's nothing like it's nothing like as violent as softball, but it's cool that she's working her way.
Has she tried to recruit you into the world?
She has tried to.
cross-country skiing?
Yeah.
And how have you taken to that?
I'll go back on the softball field before I go into the snow with no hills. Are you kidding me? Gravity is the only thing getting me down a hill. I snowboard, but cross country skiing, I don't have the I don't know what I don't have. What do I not have?
You have everything.
Don't lie to my face right now on the radio. You've seen me, dude. It's a nightmare.
It's coordination because
I threw out
you're
my back the first time. You remember that?
You did. Because here's the thing: you're strapped only by your toe. It's not like your heel's not strapped down; it's your toe. So you have to.
So fix that. Like literally fix it. We have the technology.
Make me whole
Strap
again.
me down.
I think it really does look something. Of course, I don't know where I'd go around here to do it. I think it's the kind of thing you should be able to take an afternoon and just go off and do. But in Vermont, you can go do that. But again, in those moments, I think where you're out in nature and after quiet like a snowfall, I think that's got to be awesome.
The videos I can show you afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a peaceful. It is peaceful. Hey, there she is. Yeah, there she is.
Hey, that's me.
Yeah.
But you said like, oh, you can do it when you're 2, you can do it when you're not. When you're 90. All I'm thinking is like the trek from like when I get my skis on to try to get to the lift is like the worst part of skiing.
Exhausting, dude. Yeah, but there's no lift. But in Mel's sport, there's no lift.
There's no lift.
Literally just
And the skis are lighter. The skis are lighter.
Oh, they
so
are?
you're not doing that awkward sidearm shuffle.
Yes, you are, Kathy. Yes, you are. She's not. But we are, and any human being is.
The thing about skiing is taking all that crap, getting it out, getting it all on, lugging it over to the hill.
But she can walk right out.
Well, once you get there and you're on the hill, you're like, okay, I'm glad I did
Once
this.
you stop
You got to
sweating.
get past that.
Once you stop sweating from getting ready and carrying everything, and then you get cold, you're like, all right, this is good.
But in Vermont, you can walk right out. I mean, where you are, right?
Right
and
at the
then,
front door.
I would ski to high school and middle school.
Oh,
because
wow.
the ski trail went right by my house.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was.
It is kind of cool.
See?
Interesting.
She did. She definitely grew up in like a winter wonderland thing. We do our.
And here
we do
you
our
are in
play.
Bombay.
Yeah, that's me. You know me. What can I say? I paid for our meal in rupees.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Bombay Drew.
Oh, man. Wow. Well, listen, we do have to wrap up, but thank you guys for coming by here and your surprise guest was wonderful. But Drew, I've been told the tickets are close to selling out. So if you want to get tickets to see Drew Lynch, KeswickTheater.com. The show is tonight, obviously, at the Keswick. And are you doing a full tour right now, bopping from city to city?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we go to New York, we go to Long Island, and then we go to Jersey. Is that where you're from?
That's where I'm from, yeah.
I've never been to Long Island.
Yeah, you're going to love it.
I've never heard people made it out.
Yeah.
Steve, you're the one.
Whenever you see some sort of jerk off on a reality show, chances are they're from Long Island.
You're gonna love it.
Yeah, but I do have fond memories of growing up on Long Island. So,
That's awesome. That's awesome. So touring perpetually.
Have a great time tonight.
Thank you, Preston.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, let's hear it for Drew Lynch, guys.
Yay.
And Melanie, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But
Gregory.
first I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the
I don't
Bible.
want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah.
When Mila Kunis talks about The way what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim Beam.
I think she's Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have there's like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children's playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh yeah, most of
that
the
has
time.
to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts. Yeah. And when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us? When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, no. Earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about it's funny. People were calling in about like super crazy. Like they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Honestly, lose their jobs over that as nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have
He's
an
a bank
expertise in
robber.
that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank. No, I'm not a bank.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
Seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you like
attitude?
his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he
Yeah.
was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm gonna be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm gonna fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high. God. Because my parts I got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McElwain and Catherine Mono anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
We're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
And I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a Dunlop beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing. He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't think
forgot her
anybody,
damn eye.
Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you gotta help me out here, man. Personal best. I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's gonna knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but
I
we
wish
do
we could
have
another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls. Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
how not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not really.
I
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary.
Gary looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
He sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
No, 8. No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
We're doing 8.
come on.
I'm sorry. 8.
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album.
Hey, we got crooked teeth.
Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, here it goes. Right, so right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio 2 gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know, and the great Artie Lang is here.
I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life
Oh,
experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. I want to remind you tonight you can join Marissa McNadam.
Hey, maybe he'll be there.
She's got an appearance. It's the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff.
Couldn't help but notice you from across the room.
And Marissa is going to be at the Stadium Bar and Grill in Fairless Hills. And that's tonight at 7. Goes till 9 o'clock. You can stop by and get free MMR Bud Light Kelly Green T-shirts.
Looking forward to this night all week. I put my jam in.
And you can... God, that sounded exactly like him. You can register for a chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets to the November 5th game against Dallas, courtesy of Bud Light. And you have to be present to win, 21 and older to enter. And I'm sure they'll have the Phils game on tonight, so stop by and see Marissa McNadam. Stadium Bar and Grill in Fairless Hills, 7 to 9 tonight.
If the walls could talk there, Marissa, you'd hear a lot of stories.
From you?
Yeah, that's Bucksco. Absolutely.
Is
Yeah.
that one of your old hangs?
Yeah, it wasn't called the stadium. I forget the name of it. Was it Shooters, Scooters, something like that? I forget the name of it.
Does one
That was-
particular story that you feel comfortable telling come to mind, or was just a lot of frivolity?
Just we were there all the time.
Okay.
and
Yeah.
We weren't always 21.
I remember those places. Yeah. Nick, you wanted to mention the charity event that is coming up and to get some people to sign up on your team.
Yeah, so thanks, Preston. I appreciate it. October 28th, which is a Saturday, LLS is doing the Light the Night Walk. I've been a part of this in the past. It's a really great night, and my nephew Luke had leukemia. He's in remission. He's doing really well, but the name of our team is still Team Luke. So basically, it's just come out, hang out, and be a part of the event and make a donation if you can.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It really is, Steve. It's like a really heartwarming thing. It happens at night, so it's called Light the Night, and everybody holds up these lanterns. They get lit up red. There's going to be some music. There's going to be a fireworks display. And it's at the base of the Art Museum steps. It starts around 6 o'clock on Saturday, October 28th. All the information's up on PrestonandSteve.com. You can just click on there and join our team. But come and have fun. And if you or anyone you know has been affected by blood cancers, we'd love to have you be a part of the team.
Now, I'm sorry, I was reading something. I didn't hear all you were saying. You had told me you're a little light on team members.
We are, yeah. And people have participated with Team Luke for Big Climb Philly in the past, and we appreciate that. So we're just looking to see if you've done anything with Team Luke in the past. Please, join us again. And again, it's October 28th, which is a Saturday. Hopefully get some nice fall weather right at the base of the Art Museum steps. And it's the LLS, which is Leukemia and Lymphoma Society's Light the Night Walk.
All right. I would like to read this letter to you guys and show you something that was sent from a listener. And see what you guys think about this. The letter says, Preston, Steve, Nick, Kathy, Casey, Marissa. During the pandemic, I wanted to find a way to let my friends and family know that I was thinking of them, even though we were physically separated. So I started embroidering their favorite song lyrics, poems, movie quotes, and pictures on vintage linens that I had been collecting for years. Then I would frame and send them in the mail. And she says, whose day hasn't been made better by getting a present in the mail? And one thing I could always count on as I sat at my kitchen table attempting to work while simultaneously forcing my kids to sit still and stay on their school Zooms was the Preston and Steve Show. You all kept going, which kept me going. And you all showed up for us when times felt bleak, and the laughter and smiles made life a lot better. As some might say that we are privileged. Your show has been a gift to me, so I wanted to give a gift to you. And I hope this piece can be added to the Sharts and Crafts collection.
That's so nice.
She said it took me about 10 hours from beginning to end to make it, which is far less than the number of hours of joy you have all brought into my life. Gadzooks. And this is from Sarah Klishevich, because it's either Klishevich or Klishevich. You know her?
Yeah, well, a little bit. She's a friend of a friend, but she texted me or messaged me over Instagram and said that she was going to send this, and I hadn't had a chance to see it yet, so I'm glad it showed up.
Says she's a proud, longtime listener from Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah.
So I have the frame here, and I want to get your guys' reaction and see. Do you want me to hold it to you
Yeah,
first?
hold it up to.
Well, Marissa's taking videos, so should I do
Come
that
around my
first?
side,
I'll do
Ray.
this real quick, and then I will show it to you guys.
Wow.
Preston, she goes by Sayer Bear.
Sayer Bear
from Delaware.
I think we're Twitter friends.
Okay.
Yeah. So, or X's friends, or whatever the hell you call it. It looks. I love it.
So
I love it.
I'll describe this. It's like she said, she has a vintage linen, and then she has stitched. It just looks like a sewing needle and thread. A picture of the entire show. Which I'm always impressed. Can you hold that up again? That people can do that type of thing with, just simple materials.
And I
like
know
that.
what picture she keyed off of. It was from the barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah, because Marissa's wearing her hat that she worked at a particular barbecue.
That's right.
And then there's band logos around the outside of the frame.
Yeah, there are stickers that feature, Rush, Van Halen, Metallica, Oasis, Korn, Nirvana, Green Day, Led Zeppelin, Foo Fighters, Kiss, AC/DC, Stones, all that stuff, Pearl Jam. Awesome. So this will be proudly displayed.
Absolutely.
In the Sharts and Crafts section of the Preston and Steve offices.
How many more items would you think we would require to have an official opening of the Sharts and Crafts Museum?
Oh, that is a very good question.
Because you will have to curate a tour at some point.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll find a home for this, and that section is growing. I'm going to have to expand on it a little bit more. So
the picture,
we're looking at a picture of that. It was from the back of our calendar at one point. The photo that was taken as inspiration. So thank you, Sayer Bear. That was very nice. I had it turned around backwards here in the background.
Didn't even notice. And it's next. Who said that other one? That's right next. Do you remember the name of the?
I don't remember.
Oh, I love that.
I read her letter on the air, and it's this little signpost that has all kinds of little Preston and Steve
sayings,
flavored in WMMR oriented things that you can put in there, which is really cool. So thank you. That will eventually go into Sharts and Crafts, but I like it right there. I think it looks cool.
It looks great in the shot too.
On the camera.
In the chart.
Doing,
Did you have an email that you were going to read as well? About
about the game.
But I was going to put that in the City Beat, and I didn't tell you I was doing the City Beat, and I apologize.
That's all right.
I would like to apologize to the City Beaters.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
So I put this in the City Beat because it concerns the Phil's game last night.
Yes.
And we were chatting quickly about the game earlier this morning, and I had read an email from someone who was asking about a woman that was sitting behind home plate and was holding up a photo of someone. And she did it several times, and I noticed it clearly. And so she emailed me. Her name is Lori Geiser, and she says, or it might be Geiser. She said, "Hi, I heard there were a few questions about the picture that I had with me at the game. That was a picture of Elaine Porter, who passed away unexpectedly this past Sunday. I didn't plan on holding it up. I just wanted to have her with me because her greatest love was watching the Phillies. Another coworker called and asked me to hold it up, so I did. So I guess while she was at the game, somebody's like, hey, I can see you. I see you on camera. Hold the picture up. She said Elaine would not have wanted that attention, but I'm sure that she was smiling for her team.
No, it's a wonderful gesture. We said earlier we love stuff like that, and I brought up when Chuck brought the picture of his dad with him to the game. Yeah. That stuff means a lot to people.
She needs to sit in that same seat tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
That picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, that was a great game last night.
That home run by Bryce Harper.
Well, I texted you immediately. I'm like, my God. I'm like, because there were 2 outs. There's 2 people on base, and he steps up to the plate. And I just said out loud, I'm like, all right, dude, do what you get paid to do.
Yeah, and he does.
Do what, and he just did
Why
it.
even pitch to
and
that
I turned
guy?
around,
Yeah.
my family's sitting there, and I just go, oh my God. He did what you were hoping he would do.
The meme about
it was awesome.
Basically, you find, F with us and find out.
Yeah,
That's
around. F around, find out.
Yeah.
But like, dude, Press, that's just what he does.
I know.
He is the most clutch baseball player that I've seen in a Phillies uniform.
Even though knowing that, he doesn't do it every time.
Right.
But that's why when I stepped up and I said that, I'm like, oh, it was a little bit of a bit of a Hail Mary, but dude did it.
Mm-hmm.
And he does it
big time.
He does it more against the Braves, which is just fun and awesome. I'm going tonight, so if you see me tonight, please say hi. And Steve, a few times people have reached out and said, that I need, and they said this last year as well, that I need to do a new. They did it, and I will if they win the World Series. I'm not going to do it for individual game wins, or I'm not going to do it if they make it to the World Series again. If they win the World Series, I'll do a nice screen.
You'll
for
need to
everyone.
do it. We'll need to recreate it. We'll need to do it on the same recording device that you used to get the same overmodulation.
Right.
And then at that point, we need to record just so I have it. They didn't do it.
Okay, you can do it.
Just so we have the option. But I don't even want to think about that because as far as it looks right now, they're on their way.
The they did it is lightning in a bottle. It'll never be recreated. It was so. I mean, that's your real emotions.
Yeah.
And with whatever the room noise of Chickies and Pete's while you were there.
And lest we forget, 0 Philadelphia championships since 1983.
Yeah, at that point,
it had been 25 years.
Yeah.
100 seasons of the 4 major sports, and we hadn't had a damn thing. So
the Wings is like,
I know the Wings, and I'm sorry, and the Kicks, perhaps, I don't know.
Right.
But for the Phils, that was something else.
No, you were like a man who hadn't had sex in a decade.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
is that how long has it been?
Kathy?
No, not me. Maybe another topic for another time. But I was.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the city beat, by the way.
No, I want to hear this. Hang on.
City beat off.
What is it?
It was a married friend told me that he hasn't had sex with his wife in almost 11 years.
What?
Whoa.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Will Smith, Jada Pinkett Smith thing earlier, and I was like, "Are you guys even still married?" He's like, "Oh, I still love her."
That
still
ain't a
live together."
city beat topic.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I hesitated.
We'll put
a
that in
little
the
bit.
queue. We got some city wandering to do.
Well, just the inflection you used. I still love her. It's,
It was the.
I could eat something.
It was the defeated. I still love her.
Yeah.
I'm not starving.
I guess I could eat.
Snack.
I'll never turn down pizza.
I mean, Press, I've never had sex with you, and I love you.
I know, man.
It can happen.
By the way, you should have heard Jackie Bam Bam called Kathy this morning to tell her about a traffic thing, and he ends with, okay, I love you.
Oh, I love you.
And Kathy's like, okay.
Oh, man. Wow.
Well, I don't say
Just like high school.
I don't say back to Dr. Mike either. Do you?
Yeah. All the
Oh,
time.
no, I don't.
Absolutely.
Kathy
I go,
loves you.
okay, bye.
Yeah. I tell Bill I love
Yeah.
him all the time.
All right. Well, we'll crack that nut with Kathy another time.
We'll bust that nut.
We'll get into some other city-based stuff now.
Okay.
So, and we'll talk about your friend not cracking a nut.
Another
later.
time.
Busted it.
Yeah, I'm just using a different word.
I use the same word.
This is interesting. Steve, you sent this to me. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers say that more than 3,000 tires were hauled out of the Schuylkill River during the second phase of a dredge project.
So let me ask you, did you think the number would be lower or higher?
That's really high.
That's high.
Yeah, that's a lot. So they cleared it out.
3,000.
The illegally dumped debris may cause additional delays for the $13 million project that began in 2020. Dredge It is the name of the contractor that completed a first phase of the dredge in front of Boathouse Row. That was October 2022. And they removed 28,000 cubic yards of sediment. They moved it out by Fort Mifflin.
Like, could you imagine all the garbage? Kathy, this to me seems like the kind of line of work you'd love.
But then they started the second phase, dredging along the Schuylkill National Course and Adaptive Rowing Lagoon.
which are upriver from Boathouse Row. And almost immediately they began pulling tires out of the river, some of which are large tractor and truck tires.
Yeah, huge.
They said initially the team wasn't certain if this was an isolated area, but it has continued throughout multiple areas along the race course and has prevented dredging operations to continue as originally planned. The Army Corps has not finalized a path forward at this particular time.
I don't know if they have any stats on this, but I often wonder how many guns are at the bottom of
that
the
are
river.
smashed, that are thrown into the river.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's an obvious, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting because we lost one of the regattas, didn't we, because of this work?
The Dadvale was gone for a while, and then I thought it came back.
No, there's one that I think is gone forever because they needed
the Stotesbury's still here.
Right, they needed to rely on this setup, and it wouldn't be ready in time, and so they just pulled up stakes and are now moving it. But when everything is up and running out there, I love that area. I love when you see them, rowing and doing all that stuff. But I guess this was a long time in the making to dredge that area because there were 3,000 tires there.
Most of the tires were found just above above and below the Strawberry Mansion Bridge. Though some were found at
3,000
other points throughout the dredging area. The Army Corps officials have been in touch with the city streets department over how to handle the tires.
Do you think they've encountered any cars?
Well, Kathy had told us about that one area in Gladwin where they found all kinds of cars because there's I don't know if it's a boat ramp or what, or an area that goes straight into the river.
What is this?
Yeah, I think there was some sort of driveway or ramp, but it was kind of hidden.
Yeah.
That's why people were going and dumping cars there. It wasn't like they were going to. It's back on where you guys used to call the land that time forgot.
Oh yeah, across One River Road.
But it's on the other side.
It's on the other side.
Yeah.
So the road there is very much like that. Like it's one thin road. You got to drive 15 miles an hour, and there's a few houses there. But just as that starts, it's kind of a little cove.
Every now and then, when the Schuylkill's completely tied up, my app, the Waze will take me down that way.
Yeah,
and it's there's not much. There's not much down there.
Like off.
You know what is down there?
Yeah. What?
There is a slide into the river, which always blew my mind.
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
There's a VFW down there too.
And some of those houses, I recently took that road because of traffic on the Schuylkill Expressway. Some of the houses down there, they've updated them.
Yeah.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah, they're beautiful. You're
They're
right.
beautiful.
The ones that are on the Nick from where One River Road was on the other side on the Schuylkill side.
That's the side we're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So there's some brand new. Homes,
But they have to be flood prone. I don't know what.
I don't know how you would do that.
If you look, they are built very high up. I
Yeah,
mean, I
up
would
on
imagine
stilts.
still flood prone, but yeah, they're really high up. And the parking situation there, some of them, when you drive by, you could high five the people out their front door.
Yeah. Preston, I got invited to that VFW a couple of weeks ago. I saw the comedian Adam Ray, and he has a friend in Philly, and he's a member at that VFW. I want to go check it out. I've never been there, and I really want to go see it.
I went there for an event one time.
Really?
Yeah, and it's a VFW.
It's a VFW.
It's what it is.
$2 beers.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
What war were you in, Big Head?
Yeah.
Not one. MM Army.
I always feel you go in there. There's those. They're real. And I'm like, I have no right to be here. I'm a veteran of comedy.
So most of the tires were found, like I said, around the Strawberry Mansion Bridge, and they said that they are being contained in a staging area where they are drying before a contractor can haul them away.
When they dry up, you can set them on fire.
Right.
That always works well, right?
And they burn very, very well. All right, another City Beat story. This is from outside of the city, but really nice place that we love, and it's a wonderfully reviewed place for ex-cons everywhere when they're on the lam anyway. Longwood Gardens.
Yes.
Has recently gotten bigger. Last month, they repurchased the former Gaylor Estate Vineyard and Winery, which adjoins the campus.
Have you ever been there? That winery? So I believe I was at an event that was rented out for just a reception or something. And it was really, it's gorgeous.
Is this the winery that they, I feel like it was in Philly Magazine or something like that, that they were talking that it was for sale? Is this?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it had been listed for sale since January.
Yeah, I think this is it.
How come you didn't buy it?
$3.395 million.
No,
That's
so
why.
I did look at it, not to purchase it, but I was reading it, and it was it was I want to say a decent price for a winery. Like we were like, wait, well, if we got like a bunch of people together, we could buy this.
Yeah, so this is a perfect thing because they do have it for receptions and things of that nature. And so I've actually been to 2 events there, and it's fantastic.
And it borders Longwood Gardens.
Yeah, Connor, that's Gaylor. That's the Gaylor Winery. Because this kind of looks like the Brandywine. Kathy, the one that we were at.
Oh, Chad's Ford?
Chad's Ford.
No, that wasn't Chad's Ford. I know what you're saying because that little area where I was feeding you, where I was feeding you grapes. Yeah, it's not that.
Didn't Chad's Ford make the Pierre Noir? Yeah, they did.
Oh,
Okay.
Pierre.
Yeah, the Pierre Noir.
Pierre Noir. Yeah. So
I love Chad's Ford.
So listen, purchasing the winery, they are not going to make wine. It is a conservation effort.
They're
And
gonna
it's
make
just going to be part of the property.
I thought like we were going to go now and you could do like wine tastings
Right.
and stuff.
Nope.
You could add a lot more if wine was available everywhere.
You can purchase beer at Longwood Gardens. Why don't?
Oh, yeah.
Why don't they want to have a winery?
Are you sure you can't purchase wine?
You probably
I mean, I'm sure you can. I'm just saying, I want like a full winery now.
Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't
God,
realize
I
how
want a
demanding
full
we were.
winery. And I want it now.
I want like tastings and flights and.
Kathy actually has an area in Longwood.
Winery.
I want a section named after me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's my fault for not recognizing.
Jordan Cole of Longwood Garden said we are still evaluating our long-term plans for the property, but our first and most important priority for the property is the preservation of green space and agricultural land. We have no current plans to enter the wine business. The purchase is first and foremost about preserving the agricultural land. The purchase
agricultural
reported by the Philadelphia Business Journal comes after Longwood Gardens announced in February that it had agreed to acquire the sweeping Grenogue estate along the Brandywine in nearby northern Delaware. That historic estate includes 505 acres of rolling woods.
And a laser tag place.
And farmland and a castle-like hilltop mansion. At the time, Longwood also described that acquisition, which has yet to be finalized, as mainly an effort toward agricultural preservation. In 2021, they had announced that they were embarking on the largest makeover of its ground and buildings in its history. If you've been out there over the past couple of years, you've seen the construction that they're doing.
Yeah.
So they've dubbed it Longwood Reimagined, and they're expected to stretch it into 2024. The ongoing $250 million project involves the construction of a new West Conservatory near the popular East and Main Conservatories, a shimmering 32,000 square foot glass structure that will include a bonsai courtyard, a new restaurant, and an event space. And other elements include construction of a new education and administration building, renewal of the Water Lily Court, and preservation of 6 historic Lord and Burnham glass houses from the early 20th century.
So Longwood in and of itself is an attraction that draws people from all over. And we're coming into the Pater season, the holiday season, which is just huge.
Yeah.
These additions, if they have their sway over it, which clearly they do, I mean, can you imagine? First off, it's amazing just to go, but the amount of revenue it'll generate.
I wonder how many people work there because it's just a massive
11.
daily endeavor just to manage that place. And all of the things that you're talking about, all the upgrades, Preston, like it's just one after another. And it's part of the beauty of the place having been around for as long as it has, but it also requires so much upkeep.
With all those workers, Kathy, they think they would have found your still by now, which is a well recessed.
I mean, I feel like they could have just like a teeny little square named after me.
Named after
of
you?
beautiful flowers.
Well, you know what? I would take. Don't they have the most attractive, the most beautiful, resplendent bathrooms?
Well, they were voted as the most beautiful bathroom in the country one year. That was several years ago.
Would you take a bathroom, Kathy? Would
I take it? Yeah, sure.
Kathy Romano Memorial. Well, not memorial.
Crapper.
Yeah, crapper.
Well, I would have to see it. Preston, you used the bathroom when we were there. I didn't. How was it?
I used the bathroom.
Yeah, I only remember because we were walking out together
by
and
the fountains.
Yeah.
You went in the fountain?
Were they nice?
Yeah, it was nice, but it wasn't one of the. Yeah, it was very nice, but not one of the. I think over in the conservatories where the
not one of the award-winning.
Right. Yeah,
There's all sorts of foliage and stuff. Yeah,
it was very nice. All right. So anyhow, they're making these big improvements, and they bought that winery, so they've added to it at Longwood Gardens. All right, we got to wrap up City Beat. Yeah, because we're getting close to Crumb Bum Cash time.
All right.
So I want to take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and your next shot at winning $1,000 is happening shortly. And then we have some other things to give away. So I'll handle this in a little bit, Case. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.
lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
He was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah,
and you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a practitioner, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Judd, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
It's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
Dude, that was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd,
Yes.
you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
You look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do
a little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's only on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
I think
regret it.
that what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different? What's the reason we suck now?"
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast
what
a real
resonates.
guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn, and man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, "I know you can do this. Don't worry about it." This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor. In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." It was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, "So I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television." And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's what I think Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor. And the director was wrong. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, "Ugh," and then I thought I really scared her, so I went, "Whoa, I'm sorry," and the director said, "No, she's acting," and I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando
Randall would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale?
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the
Well, you could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
and at some point we said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something.
He's a method everywhere.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes. 93.3 WMMR, 311. Beautiful song called Amber, of course.
Preston and Steve Show, Thursday morning. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. It's 10 o'clock.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
By the way, I love that little bongo sound effect that Zach put in there at the beginning of that intro. All right, the word you have is amaze. That's what you need to enter for Crumb Bum Cash. The keyword is amaze, A-M-A-Z-E. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do that. Enter it at WMMR.com or through the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number we have set up, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. So make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are right there at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. Once again, let me give that word to you. It's amaze, A-M-A-Z-E. While you're doing that, we have a final look at traffic. Let's get that now, Kathy. What's going on?
Yeah, but still pretty.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Birds just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contests, Bud Light giveaways, memorabilia, and more. We'll start with this. A Rhode Island man is facing federal charges after prosecutors say he shot at, injured, and killed red-tailed hawks and Cooper hawks around his property.
Oh, man.
Now, the reason he did those, he says, was to protect the squirrels. Okay. Robert Ferreira was charged with 4 counts of hunting, taking, killing, and attempting to kill migratory birds, violations of the U.S. Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
So the birds sort of naturally go after the squirrels, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of the way things work.
Yep.
But he's a big squirrel lover.
He is. Ferreira repeatedly used a pump-action pellet air gun to shoot at hawks in
Not on my watch!
backyard between October 1st, 2018 and April 18th, 2021. He told the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service agent that he believes he shot 50 to 80 hawks during that period because they threatened squirrels that visited squirrel feeders on his property. He said some hawks flew away and others stayed in the area.
Hawks tend to avoid people and are not a threat when they are left alone.
I had to kill the fish. They're eating all the worms.
Court documents said that neighbors reported hearing popping sounds around Ferreira's property that were consistent with gunshots on several occasions. Neighbors also reported at least 8 injured and deceased hawks on or nearby Ferreira's property. Hawks are protected species under the U.S. Migratory Bird Treaty Act. He faces charges punishable by up to 6 months in prison and a fine of up to $15,000 for doing that. Yeah. A man is dead after he became pinned under a palm tree following a crash. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office said on Sunday that 80-year-old Jose Villatoro was driving a tractor trailer on U.S. Highway 98. For unknown reasons, the man drove off the roadway into the right grass shoulder, causing the front of the tractor trailer to hit a large palm tree.
He was worried that the coconuts would fall down and kill squirrels.
The truck continued to veer off its path and struck another palm tree. The truck finally came to a stop after it hit a third palm tree. This time the tree fell over and crushed and pinned him to the driver's seat. Those things are huge, by the way.
Gigantic.
When first responders arrived, they rushed him to a medical center, and he's succumbed to his injuries sustained in the crash. It's pretty wild. That happens. A bit of a freak accident. In Colorado, I should have paired this with the Hawk story. A Thornton, Colorado woman and a neighborhood bird herder known as the Turkey Lady received a disorderly conduct citation Wednesday following an altercation with another woman. Marianne Strzok said that she was helping the turkeys cross the road.
You gobbler-loving bitch.
When a driver sped around her and nearly hit her.
Wow.
Strzok said she tapped the back of the car with a stick that she uses to herd the turkeys across the road when the woman
turkey herder.
got out and confronted her. Well, they call her the Turkey Lady.
Yeah.
Strzok said she got really irate and jumped out and started yelling at me, and she insisted on calling 911 and having the police come out. And then we were all detained here for about 2.5 hours. Police confirmed both women were cited for disorderly conduct.
We had to leave the scene of an active hostage situation. Now, what are we responding to?
Strzok said she had been helping the turkeys cross the road near her home for quite some time, a task that's become more difficult as more development continues in the area. She said, I try to help the birds be safe, and I think I'm helping the motorists as well. Most of the people seem to really enjoy the birds, and they really appreciate me being out here to help the birds. Strzok said,
we think she's out of her goddamn mind.
Strzok said, despite the incident, she'll continue helping the turkeys cross the road each night to get to their roost.
Here's a little info for you. We've been doing this long before you were here. We don't need your help.
All right, a Florida woman...
You need to get laid.
A Florida woman was arrested after she threw a sausage and a Coke at a gas station cashier during a heated altercation.
Some people can't afford guns.
Deasia Cobb was arrested and charged with battery and disorderly conduct after the incident that unfolded last Wednesday at the Quick King gas station.
Where you going with that sausage?
The cashier told deputies that the incident started when Cobb confronted her, saying that she could have handled her 2 transactions at once.
I'm going to go do some bad with the sausage.
The two reportedly shouted racial slurs at one another, causing the verbal altercation to turn physical, and that's when Cobb allegedly grabbed a sausage from the hot tray.
Just when you think, listen, the world is such a screwed up place, and then you hear this inspiring story of a racist sausage fight.
She grabbed the sausage from the hot tray and its tongs and hurled them both at the cashier. The sausage hit the cashier in the right wrist and the tongs in the right leg.
She didn't want to touch him. You know, she didn't want to get her grubby little mitts all over the sausage, so she used the tongs. That's great. That's very, very polite.
Cobb then left the store.
I'm a lady.
The cashier grabbed the sausage off the floor, went outside and threw it at Cobb's car.
5-second rule.
Cobb retaliated by throwing a Coke can that she had just purchased and the same sausage at the cashier.
They throw a sausage, you throw a Coke can.
Who was standing toward the end of the counter. The soda can hit the counter, and the cashier was able to get out of the way.
That's the service station way.
To avoid being hit by it.
It's amazing how these things escalate. You wonder if you were to say to them, like a couple days before, in about 48 hours, you're going to have a sausage and soda can fight at a gas station. They'd probably laugh, right?
Yep, probably laugh.
How could that possibly happen?
All right, here's a final story that we will end with. Let's go with this. In South Brunswick, New Jersey, 24 first responders helped rescue a cemetery worker who became trapped in an open grave on Tuesday afternoon. The incident happened at the Holy Cross Cemetery. Officials said a funeral service had just wrapped up when the 47-year-old worker fell through a wood board about 6 feet down into an open grave. Now, I don't know if it was that same ceremony's open grave, but probably that he fell into.
I would imagine.
He appeared to separate his shoulder, leaving him injured and unable to move. Crews worked to shore up the hole so they could get the worker out, which means they had to leave him in there for a while.
I'm here to pay my respects to Dan. I'm in here.
Rescue technicians deployed trench panels and ground pads to stabilize the area in and around the pit when they had to use a rope system. He said, we had to use a rope system to get the man out of the grave and turn him over to EMS, and it took some time to make sure that everything worked out.
Case is coffin flop.
The man was rescued shortly after 2 p.m. and was alert. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. That's all I got for you. That's the last bit in the bizarre file for you. So the word that you need to enter, and you have about 5 minutes left to do that, is amaze. That's for Crumb Bum Cash. So the word is amaze. Now, if you've already done that, good for you. You're in the running now. I have something else that you can win.
Ooh.
Yep. I'm going to give away the last of these. We have a screening. It's of the Netflix comedy Old Dads, and it will be Monday, this coming Monday at 7 p.m. at the Bryn Mawr Film Institute, hosted by Casey Boy. Yes. This is, by the way, what's Gary's nickname for you?
Casey Oil Can.
Is it oil can or who's Cadillac?
That's Brent Porsche.
Oh, that's
I think
right.
an oil can because of Foster Lager.
He's an oil can Foster.
Yeah.
Oil can Foster. He's going to be there, and this is Bill Burr's directorial debut. It's available on Netflix beginning October 20th, and you can go to WMMR.com for more chances to win. But we'll take callers number 10 and 11, and we will give you those movie passes for free. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break.
11.
We're going to come back in a moment. You want to kiss me?
Yeah.
And we'll come back in a moment.
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
We'll come back in a moment, and we will get to Lesson Question, Trash, and Music News. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I love it. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared 2 of the 3 men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at 3 guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was
What
hit.
are they, stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know. I was singing that. I was singing that too, Kenny. 4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
no idea what we're talking about.
5th one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
Yeah.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that when they would show that in the movie theaters it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow. Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah. Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this, Survivor?
Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow. Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Neumann.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U, as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well, what does the
like
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like.
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week.
Okay.
Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah, he said it. Milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
boat show. Boat show. At the boat show. See you at the boat show. Boat show. Boat show. Boat show. Boat show. Boat show. See you at the boat show. Atlantic City. Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
I'm gonna do that again. And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks.
And you know what? We had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like painful burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's okay. I feel like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh. What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the full treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella.
Kids aren't all right. 10:21, Preston and Steve Show. Hopefully all is right in your world. Yeah, pretty decent weather today. A high of about 73 degrees, calling for clear skies, mostly sunny. Tomorrow, sunshine, a little cooler, high 67, and we're looking at some rain on Saturday. Depending on where you are, might start later in the day. And then some morning showers on Sunday. So it's kind of this iffy, wishy-washy thing. The high on Saturday, though, only 57 degrees, so it's going to be a little bit cooler. Even more so than tomorrow. We got some business to take care of, and that is takes the form of today's lesson question. And we're going to give away a $50 What a Crock Meal gift card. If you can answer this question correctly to prove that you were indeed listening to the show at some point this morning. This one wasn't too long ago. This is about 9:45 this morning. How many people work at Longwood Gardens? 215-263 WMMR. Not really. It's what you heard on the show. I'm sure there are hundreds of people that work at Longwood Gardens, but according to us, according to this show, how many people work at Longwood Gardens? 215-263 WMMR if you know the answer. And while you're calling us up, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From clogged toilets to dripping faucets. Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Their plumbing professionals are there when you need them. Plus, you can save 20% off of your next plumbing service. Visit horizonservices.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Arnold Schwarzenegger claiming in his new book, Be Useful, 7 Tools for Life, can motivate anyone to achieve their life goals. Teasing the book, Arnold reveals that the first 6 tools are buckets filled with steroids.
Oh, my God.
Gigi Hadid and Bradley Cooper were a little more obvious about their relationship, with the two seen all over New York City this weekend. In fact, Gigi posted a not-too-cryptic selfie on Instagram with the caption, "Off to ride that Leonard Bernstein knows."
Oh. Hey!
And finally, Caitlyn Jenner telling the Times that she believes romance just is not in the cards for her and that she might not even date ever again. Caitlyn says not to pity her, noting a booty call is always a possibility, just as long as there are still Kodiak Bears. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, looking for the answer to the question, how many people work at Longwood Gardens? We go to Fran to try and get an answer. Hi, Fran. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Fran. All right, so lay it on us. How many people work at Longwood Gardens?
11.
11. All right. You got it. Hang on, Fran. I'm going to give you a $50 What a Crock Meal gift card. Delicious home-cooked meals designed for your slow cooker. And you can use promo code HUNGER now through November and get $10 off your order. Plus, What a Crock will donate $10 to Phil Abundance as part of the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger. So go to whatacrockmeals.com to start your order now.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I want to love you. DYT for Young Thing. Yeah!
All right, brought to you by Monster Mania 57, November 10th to the 12th in Oaks, Pennsylvania. With Alice Cooper, Scream Reunion, the stars of Five Nights at Freddy's, and more. And tickets are on sale now. MonsterMania.net. So we'll start with this. An official trailer has been released for The Stones and Brian Jones. The upcoming documentary is going to screen in theaters one night only, and that'll be November 7th before it goes digital on November 17th. It's packed with early interviews and newly unearthed archival footage. It documents how a 19-year-old Brian Jones formed the Rolling Stones and how he was left behind in the shadows of history.
That's pretty wild.
In 1969, just a month after the Stones forced him out of the band for substance abuse, Jones drowned at home in his swimming pool, and he was only 27 years old.
I'd be curious to see that story.
Yeah,
I think the
much
first 100 people are getting scones for the Stones and Brian Jones.
Oh, okay. That'd be nice, yeah.
I'm trying to think of other things that rhyme with Jones.
I know. Well, just throw us your bones. Yeah. In the 1972 tour bus.
Trombones.
There we go.
That rhymes with bones.
Yeah, bones and trombones.
Yeah. It's like,
Yeah, the song.
was it
Yeah.
Smokes?
Smoking funny things.
Spoken money things.
I don't know. Maybe there's something else. Let's go to the phones.
There you go.
I got one.
Good stuff.
The 1972 tour bus that Paul McCartney and Wings traveled in is going up for auction next month. It has been restored into its original brilliant colors and looks akin to the Yellow Submarine.
And on the back it says, careful, nervous beetle driving.
It was used as their primary transportation on the Wings Over Europe tour. The 1953 Bristol double-decker bus will
see that.
Sell through Julien's auctions on November 16th. It's expected to bring in around $250,000.
We're a band on the run.
I wonder how often that happens, because you have Dolly Parton's old bus that Nick's friend or cousin bought. And I wonder how often tour buses, especially from, back in the flashier days of rock and roll.
Yeah, where they would really do them up and make them elaborate.
Yeah.
And the thing about Dolly's tour bus that is now strangely in my family is like, it wasn't her only tour bus. And then she had it years ago on tour, but like it was a part of several tour buses that they used for the band and getting around and whatever. So it was in Dolly Parton's entourage, and then it became available for sale.
Did it have a name?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Oh, the cool ones have names.
Yeah, like in Almost Famous, it was like Dolores or something. I remember they named the bus. I thought
She was the heart of the band.
Kind of fun. Yeah.
Did they have Richard Pryor on the video?
Yeah, I think they rolled in on that. How's that song go?
They got disco.
Yeah.
And Ajax and cassettes and stereo.
There it is.
Yeah.
They got roll scenes and magazines.
They had truckers on CB. And, as you said, Richard Pryor on the video. Yeah. Donald Fagen is out of the hospital following an unspecified illness that forced Steely Dan to withdraw from several tour stops with the Eagles.
The word is he saw himself in a mirror.
Oh.
Dude.
I love the Steely Dan, one of my all-time favorites, but Donald Fagen is a different kind of looking guy.
The exact nature and severity of Fagen's illness has not been revealed.
Yeah.
Although the Indy Star noted that 5 members of the Eagles road crew tested positive for COVID, it's unclear if Fagen was battling the same issue. He last performed on September 20th in Elmont, New York. Sheryl Crow stepped in to cover a couple of the shows. Now Steve Miller is filling in as an opening act.
I mean, fortunately, I got to see Steely Dan a number of times, and I've seen the Rock and Soul Review, which was Donald Fagen sans Walter Becker a number of times. But he can still pull off the full deal, obviously.
Yeah, I saw them at the Met a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, when they were doing albums in its entirety.
Superb, right?
Yeah, it was great. Although the night I went was not an album night. It was a greatest hits night.
All right.
And I loved it.
Yeah.
All right, and then one final story. Sonic Youth's co-founder Thurston Moore canceled his U.S. book tour due to illness. He was scheduled to tour through England and Scotland. Moore posted online that the decision came from the advice of his doctors. He noted that he had a long-standing health condition.
Sonic Boom.
That had become rather and consistently debilitating. His new book, which is called Sonic Life, will be out October 24th. The publication follows his life in New York and chronicles how he founded the band Sonic Youth.
It doesn't say what kind of illness it was?
No, just debilitating.
Another one of these. Same thing with Donald Fagen. They're not really announcing what the illness is.
Maybe it is something COVID related. Hopefully, well, I don't want to say hopefully, but that's a little less. Your mind starts reeling.
Yeah,
rivulets of thought.
Not really sure. So we have one last bit of news, and I don't know if I have this name right or not. It's going to come via a phone call. Is your name Palisa?
It sure is.
Palisa. I've never heard a name like that. That's interesting. So you have the last bit of news for us. What is that news you're going to pass along, Palisa?
I just won $1,000.
Bum Cash winner Palisa.
I love the name.
And by the way, what is tell us about that name, Palisa? Is that short for something or is that your full name?
Yeah, no, that's my full name. So my mom is from Zimbabwe, and my name is Zulu. In her language, it means to thrive in life.
And look at you thriving and winning all this stuff.
Lisa, I love that name.
That's excellent.
I believe Zulu is the most spoken language on the continent of Africa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Excellent.
I learned that from Geopardy.
So, Palisa, question, where are you from?
Yeah, so I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I was born in Maryland, but I moved to Lancaster, Pennsylvania about 5 years ago, so I've been here for a while.
We love it.
Wonderful. We love that. All right, well, just to say thanks for having a great name and listening to the Preston and Steve show, we are going to give you $1,000 courtesy of Crumb Bum Cash, Palisa.
Crumb Bum.
Yeah. Thank you so much for listening. We appreciate it. Have a great day. We'll get your information. We'll set you up with that money, okay?
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
You got it. Let's hear it for Palisa, everybody. Yes, the whole thing is sponsored by Horizon Services, and your next chance to win is coming up around noon. And not around noon, right at noon. Pierre Robert is going to have it for you. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this
what
is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush,
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on first.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Now, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing voice.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
They did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
What are
God.
you doing?
Jeez.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You're tied or
Oh,
not?
my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
Because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it?
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery,
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And it's when I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm
here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
It's gotta be mine.
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the
On Blink 182. It's called One More Time. It's about kind of their
getting back together,
getting back together. It's almost their little autobiographical tune. So cool song. It's 10:41. Good buddy. On this Thursday morning as we're getting ready to wrap up.
Friday.
And it is pre-Friday.
Oh, it's no sad.
Very no sad, bro. And very much looking forward to tomorrow's program. Hopefully we'll be celebrating a victory with the Phils and everything. But we have a lot of other things planned too. But first I want to go through today and thank our guests. We had Carrie Feiler Bender and Robb Reichard on. They are the head honchos at the AIDS Fund and the AIDS Walk, which is this Sunday, 37th year.
Good mission, and they make sure it's a good time.
Yeah, and Pierre Robert has been at every single one of them.
Absolutely, come rain or shine.
I think it is probably the only blemish-free record that Pierre holds.
Well,
is that you've been to the AIDS Walk 37
Every time.
every single year, no matter what, without fail.
Pretty wild.
Even if you've had to sleep in your car,
which you have.
which you have.
Which I have.
Yep.
And you've made it to all of them.
I believe so.
Like not like maybe one year where the race was ending.
No.
No.
There
Okay.
was, it's not a race, but
A walk.
The walk. But 1 year, I overslept slightly, and they called me.
That's what I was wondering.
Uh-oh. But so there's two parts of it. There's the beginning part,
right,
and then there's the you wait until everyone comes back, and then there's a whole series of ceremonies that you host afterwards. So I think I missed the first part one time.
Okay.
But you're still, it's still quite an exceptional record, 37 times.
Well, if I'm nothing else, I'm longevity.
There you go.
So that's this Sunday, and you can get the information at AIDSWalkPhilly.org. And then thank you to Drew Lynch.
Yeah.
And his wife.
Very enjoyable.
World champion cross-country skier, which was pretty wild. We found out at the very end of the conversation. So Drew is playing at the Keswick Theater tonight. Maybe a handful of tickets remain at keswicktheater.com. flyers.com. So those were our guests. And other than that, it was a good time hanging out with you. And Pierre, we now got to get a letter from you, I guess.
I'm ready.
All right, let me turn this thing up and push this button right here.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in October.
All right, and we have one more to go. It's just 3 letters this week, and we give away a 6-pack of Flyers opening night tickets. It's a new era of orange in Philadelphia. The Flyers return to the ice for the 2023-24 season with an opening night matchup against Vancouver Canucks. That's October 17th. All fans get a Flyers opening night T-shirt presented by Fanta. And you can get tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com, by the way. So what's happening on your program?
Crumb Bum Cash coming at 12 noon. Again with me and Brent at 3 and with Brent alone at 5. Also, we've got workforce blocks of In Excess. John Mellencamp had a recent birthday, which we will celebrate. And we're going to do a block of Shinedown. Now, we interviewed, Brent and I interviewed Shinedown backstage at the MMRBQ. Sometimes the funny things about those interviews is pieces of them get released, but not the whole thing. So I thought it would be cool to put the whole thing up because we interviewed Brent and Zach from the band with Brent and Pierre from the station. Yeah. And we covered all kinds of things, including one of their persons that they met who was quite famous. And Brent Smith does not like to have his picture taken with anyone. He's too humble to ask if he meets a super famous person.
Right.
However, this person is super famous in the rock world, and he did get a picture with him.
You shared a snippet of it on Instagram, Pierre, and it's a great interview. I was lucky enough to be back there while you were doing it, and those guys really are easy to talk to, and they're such likable guys. But Brent Smith commented on the post itself, so he saw that you posted that, which is pretty cool, and just put up some hearts. And so they're such nice guys, and it's not lost on them what MMR has. The relationship over the years, it's really cool to hear them talk about it.
Well, I mean, you guys have established a whole series of relationships with artists, comedians, and various people, movie stars, and the station itself has established all kinds of connections with musicians. And this one, they just, the great ones, whether it's Bon Jovi or Shinedown, they don't forget.
Yeah,
and that's nice.
Nice. So we're going to hear that in its entirety?
Oh, yes. Okay. In 1 o'clock, we'll start that.
Awesome. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, by the way. Tomorrow on the program, we have a developing list as we speak. Here we go. All right. Comedian Greg Proops from Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Excellent.
He's excellent. Our good friend Kate Flannery will be in the studio tomorrow morning. How about that? And also, comedian Duncan Trussell will be joining us. And Casey wrote this down. It says Mega Prize Blowout.
Mega Prize Blowout. Right. Do I hear the cowbell game?
Maybe we'll do the cowbell game. We'll see. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.